It's Monday, September 21st, 2020, and the time is 9:34 a.m. Based on the governor's 12th proclamation related to the COVID-19 emergency, we're holding this meeting online. This is to maintain physical distancing and to prevent the spread of COVID-19. The public can observe this meeting on YouTube, live streaming following the link provided on the county website or by using the URL advertised on the agenda. The video recording will be accessible on the same YouTube channel for those who are not able to watch it live. The minutes and transcripts will also be posted on the county website at a later date. The commission has received written testimony from the public. Also, public members can provide virtual testimony in person if they've followed the registration process by 4 p.m. last Friday, as specified in the agenda. And there are several people on that list, so we appreciate your patience today. Those oral statements will be taken at the time the particular item is called to order. So if you are a registered testifier, please monitor the progress on YouTube and join the meeting during login break for the particular item you're testifying about. Please be advised that when you're done with your testimony, or also if you join too early, you will be asked to log out. We need to limit the number of people on the meeting platform so that we can better monitor all of the participants on the screen and minimize noise and connection disturbance. We thank you for your cooperation in achieving an orderly meeting. I'd like to remind everyone, including the commissioners and staff, to silence your phones. Also, only one person may speak at a time, so please raise your hand to be recognized by the chair before you speak. Further, please keep your microphone muted while you are not talking. Otherwise, it'll pick up noise that will interfere with the person who is speaking. I'd like to begin with introductions of the commissioners. If you could please raise your hand when I call your name, I'd appreciate it. Vice Chair Perry Kealoha, Commissioner Max Newberg, Commissioner Mike Vitusik, Commissioner Mark Van Pernis, Commissioner Faye Yates, and the commission welcomes a new member today, Commissioner Barbara DeFranco, representing South Kona District. And I am Chairperson Nancy Carr-Smith. We do have a quorum today required to hold this meeting. Next, I'll introduce the staff who is in attendance. Deputy Corp Counsel Jay Yoshimoto, who is the attorney for the commission.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning. Planning Director Michael Yee. Deputy Corp Counsel John Mukai, who is the attorney for the Planning Department.
Hello, good morning.
Hello. Planning Program Manager Jeff Darrow. Not sure where Jeff is. Planner Maya Jackson. Planner Christian Kay. Planner Tracy Lee Camaro. Board Secretary Tim Tanaka, and Leeward Planning Commission Secretary Noriko Sauer, who is our hero, one of our heroes. Also, our appreciation goes out to the Planning Director's private secretary, our other hero, Rochelle Lay, who is hosting this virtual meeting. It's not easy to handle all these people, so thank you for your patience. With that, we'll proceed with the first agenda item. And before I introduce the first agenda item, I'd like to make a disclosure of the fact that my husband, Riley Smith, is president and CEO of Lani Howe Properties, whose assets include Palani Ranch. Palani Ranch, along with many other parcels, have an easement over Waiano Road. My husband and Britt Craven, who is president of Palani Ranch, have together written testimony against the approval of the special permit. I share this in order to be completely transparent, but I also share that this fact doesn't affect my personal ability to be fair or impartial. But I do respect my fellow commissioners and the applicant, and so I would like to make sure that everyone is comfortable with the fact that I can be fair and impartial. Commissioners, any of you have any reservations about that? No one? Okay. How about the applicant? Zendo?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning.
I think we're good. We trust for you to be impartial and fair and all of that good stuff that we need on a commission.
Okay, very good. And Catherine, are you and your husband comfortable as well?
Sorry, I forgot to.
That's okay.
I just, really hope that you can hear all of our testimony too and weigh it equally with the opposition. So that's all.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Well, hearing none, we will proceed then. So I'll introduce the agenda item. The applicant is Douglas and Catherine Hickey, SPP 20-000218. This is an application for a special permit to legitimize the establishment of a venue for weddings and similar gatherings on a 2.25 acre portion of a 20 acre condominium property regime unit of an 80 acre property situated in the state land use agricultural district. The subject property is located at 76-1297 Wyono Ranch Road, about 1.5 miles east and Mauka of the Mamalahoa Highway, Wyono Ranch Road intersection, Wyono Meadows, Holualoa, North Kona, Hawaii. TMK is 376-228, a portion of parcel 1. All right. We have many testifiers who are logged on. I think Rochelle has them all offline at this point, but if anybody is lingering in here in the room, please make sure that your cameras and microphones are turned off and wait until you're called upon. All right, we're going to have a staff presentation from Maya Jackson at this point.
Thank you, Chair Carr-Smith. Good morning, members of the Leeward Planning Commission. If you could just give me a moment to get the presentation up. Sorry about that. Hold on just a second. Share content. Okay, can the commission see the slide that says Douglas and Catherine Hickey?
Yes.
Okay, great. So the first agenda item is an application for a special permit, and the applicants are Douglas and Catherine Hickey. The subject property is located in the North Kona district. And on the slide, you can see the subject 80-acre property outlined in red. The location of the permit area is shown with a red dot. You have Mamalahoa Highway running in a north-south direction through the middle of the slide. And then off of the highway, Wyono Ranch Road runs Mauka and runs along the southern edge of the property boundary. The applicants are requesting a special permit to legitimize the establishment of a venue for weddings and similar gatherings on a 2.25 acre portion of a 20 acre CPR unit within an 80 acre property. And this slide says legitimize the establishment because the applicant has been operating for the past 3 years an event venue out of their existing farm dwelling. The proposed use would include construction of a 3,500 square foot event venue building that would include a large covered deck, a large foyer, kitchen, 2 rooms for wedding preparation, a storage room, women's restroom, men's restroom, and unisex restroom. Food will be brought by the guests or provided by caterers or food trucks. And alcohol will be permitted at events, but not provided by the applicant. The applicant requests to continue to use the grounds of the permit area, but not the applicant's farm dwelling, with temporary event tents and porta potties to accommodate rescheduled events and already reserved events until the construction of the wedding venue building is completed. Events will occur inside the event venue building, which will have sliding glass doors that would be closed prior to playing music, and outside the building within the 2.25 acre permit area. The applicant is also open to limiting the volume on a supplied PA system should it be required as a condition of the permit. Events will be limited to weddings, vow renewals, community, and charity events. Events will be held daily between 9 a.m. and 10 p.m. by reservation. No overnight accommodations are proposed. The applicant proposes 100 events per year, or an average of 2 events per week, with a maximum of 4 events per week. A maximum of 125 guests at the venue at one time, and an average events would consist of about 50 guests. The proposed use would generate a maximum of 250 to 500 visitors per week, and the applicant proposes to limit guests to bring no more than 20 vehicles to the venue and use a shuttle service consisting of passenger vans or buses, which will be hired to transport guests between their lodging and the venue. For guests not staying in hotels, for example, a local Kona wedding, guests would be required to be dropped off at a shuttle pickup location. This is the county zoning map that shows the subject property outlined in red. Again, the permit area is shown with a red dot. And the property is zoned agricultural 20 acres, along with the surrounding property owners to the surrounding properties to the east, west, and south. This is shown with the dark green. The Waiaha Springs State Forest Reserve is just north of the subject property. The state land use district for the property and surrounding area is agricultural, which is shown in the light green. The general plan designation for the property and surrounding area is important agricultural land, which is shown in the light green color. And this is the Kona CDP map. Again, you can see the permit area shown with a red dot. And you can see it's located about 1.5 miles Mauka of Holualoa. The CDP map shows the Kona urban area outlined in red, and the Holualoa rural town transit-oriented development shown in a blue outline. So the property is located outside of both of these areas.
Maya, could I interrupt you for just 1 second?
Yes.
I think, there we go. We had Naomi on the line and I could hear her typing. Okay, go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this is the applicant's proposed site plan, and I oriented it on its side just so that I could zoom in and it would show up large, but you can see the north arrow is facing to the right. So the actual orientation of the property would be if you turn this counterclockwise. But this shows the 80-acre property Again, there's 4 different CPR units on this property, and the applicant's CPR unit 1 is shown with a dashed line in the lower left corner of the slide. You have Wyono Ranch Road running along the left side of the slide, and this site plan also shows 3 drainage easements running through the 80-acre property, one of which runs through the applicant's coffee orchard, which is located just next to Wyono Ranch Road. Here's a zoom-in version of the applicant's CPR unit. Again, you have the road, the ranch road on the left side of the slide. The applicants are proposing a parking area right off of the road near the coffee orchard. The coffee orchard is shown with a solid outline that runs right next to the road. And then there's a 10-foot wide paved driveway running up to the existing farm dwelling. And just south of that is the location of the proposed event venue. There is also an agricultural storage building that is located outside of the 2.25 acre permit area. This is a floor plan, a proposed floor plan for the event venue. And you can see there's a large entry foyer. To the right of that is a kitchen, food prep area. And then you have bride and groom wedding preparation rooms, as well as restrooms, and a unisex restroom all the way to the left side of the building. And then that opens onto a large covered deck. This is an aerial photo of the property, or a portion of the property, I should say. You can see a little bit of the applicant's coffee orchard on the bottom right of the slide, the driveway going up to the existing farm dwelling, and this red outline shows the general location of the proposed event venue building. The structure just outside of the red outline is the agricultural storage building. And then the 2 closest dwellings are located west of the CPR unit, and they're about 500 feet away from the permit area. This is a photograph showing the existing farm dwelling, or a portion of it, I should say. And then this is the general location of the proposed event venue. You can see the large tree in both of these photos. One is a far away view, and then the image to the right is a close-up view of the location of the proposed event venue. This is a photo of the applicant's driveway from Wyono Ranch Road up towards the farm dwelling. This is a 10-foot wide paved driveway. And then these are 2 photos of Wyono Ranch Road, just to give an idea of the character of the road. It is curvy, and you can see it is a private 1-lane paved road. It's about 12 feet wide with unmaintained grass shoulders. This is the intersection of Wyono Ranch Road and Mamalohoa Highway. So this is standing across the highway, looking back at Wyono Ranch Road. And then these are 2 close-up views of the shoulders of the highway at the intersection. So the view on the left is on the north side of the intersection, and the view on the right is on the south side of the intersection. The planning director is recommending denial of the application for the following reasons. The request will be contrary to state land use law, the general plan and community development plan, which all seek to preserve agricultural land for agricultural uses such as forestry, farming, and ranching. The property is classified as important agricultural land by the County General Plan, which is the highest classification of agricultural land in the county because of its potential for sustained high agricultural yields. The property is in the Kona Coffee Belt and has an 8-acre coffee farm on the 20-acre CPR unit. The planning director is concerned that agriculture will no longer be the primary use of the CPR unit, and the event venue will become the primary use since it is likely the income generated by the event venue will exceed the income generated by the coffee farm. Two other reasons for the denial recommendation are the adverse effects on surrounding property owners, which would include a substantial increase in traffic and in noise, especially with events occurring up to 10 p.m. daily. Construction and operation of the event venue with a maximum of 250 to 500 visitors per week would substantially change the agricultural character of the land and its present use. And last reason for the recommendation, the private one-lane access road is substandard with narrow pavement width, unmaintained grass shoulders, blind curves and hills, areas where flooding occurs, and therefore cannot accommodate an increase in traffic. The access road does not meet the fire code for fire truck access due to steep grades over 15% in some sections and road pavement width of less than 20 feet. The intersection of the access road with the highway is also substandard, and DPW, Department of Public Works, recommended improvements be made. These are 4 additional photos of Waiano Ranch Road that provide examples of the inadequate sight distance and substandard nature of the road. The photo on the top left shows inadequate sight distance due to hills, blind hills. The photo on the bottom right is an example of inadequate sight distance due to blind curves in the road. And then the photo on the top right is an example of both a blind curve and a blind hill combined. And the photo on the bottom right is an example of lack of drainage structures, which leads to water across the road. And you can see in all 4 of these photos the unmaintained grass shoulders. So that concludes the presentation part that I have to offer you. I do want to name off all of the public testimony, the written public testimony we've received and provided to the Planning Commission since the Commission received the original Director's Recommendation Report. We received testimony from Phil and Kelly Johnson, Steve and Audrey Grossman, Wendy Mitchell, Brittany Horn, Allison Naito, Ann Ferguson, Allie Brown, Kyle and Ka'iulani Thornton, Beth Balick, Lila Ma, Danielle Burnside, Amelia Antonucci Fisher, Aisha Shapiro, Sally Rice, Riley Smith and Britt Craven, Sarah Moore, Pamela Parker, Sarah Gaiman, and lastly, a letter from the applicant's representative, Zendo Kern, dated September 18th, which responded to the planning director's recommendation, as well as a revised event venue floor plan. And I apologize, but I didn't have time to put the revised event venue floor plan in the presentation. But I do have that available if the commission would like to look at it once the applicant speaks about that revision. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the commission has.
Thank you, Maya. Could you pull down your presentation, please?
Give me 1 minute here.
No problem.
Okay.
There we go. So were you planning on responding to the applicant's response of September 18th, or did you want to address that later?
I think I'd prefer to address it later if we could have the applicant present their revised site plan and all of their information, and then we can respond to that.
All right.
Thank
Very
you.
good. Okay, commissioners, do you have questions for the county? I see Mr. Van Pernis's hand up. Go ahead, Mark.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Miss Jackson, something seems to have been totally ignored here. This is one of those condominium programs that scams around the county subdivision law. Now illegal to do this. So they could subdivide by condo dividing without putting in the improvements such as a subdivision road. So I ask you, did you or the staff review the condominium property regime, CPR, or any amendments thereto as part of this application?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Van Pernis. So this CPR was created quite a while ago, prior to the county changing its codes to prevent CPR units on agricultural land.
I recognize it as illegal CPR.
Mark,
Yeah.
please don't interrupt her when she's speaking.
So this is somewhat of like a grandfathered CPR. As far as the CPR documents go, staff did review those with the planning department's attorney. And a couple questions that came up that our attorney can speak to, if you'd like, was, do the applicants need to get the landowner authorization of the other three CPR unit owners in order to apply for the special permit? And the decision was no. Another issue that came up from the CPR documentation, we typically, the county doesn't regulate private agreements like CPR agreements or CCNRs. But whenever we do accept a special permit application or any application that comes before the Planning Commission, we do check to see if there is some private agreement like CCNR or CPR. We do check to see whether the document prevents the Planning Commission from issuing that type of permit, whether there's any prohibition. And in this particular CPR document, there was nothing prohibiting issuance of a special permit, so long as it's obviously done through the normal process of issuance of a special permit.
My question is, did the CPR or any amendments allow this sort of activity anywhere on the condominiumized property? By that I refer to the entire property, not just the applicant's property.
I think my answer was the CPR documentation did not prohibit it.
But did it allow it?
I didn't see anything in the CPR document that said event venues are permitted. No.
Isn't it correct that this property, at least as far as the common elements are concerned, are owned by all of the owners up in Wyoming Meadows.
Yes. But there is language in the CPR document that gives each separate owner the ability to develop its land according with conformance to the zoning laws.
But
And
that,
the ability to apply for and secure a special permit is allowed under the zoning laws.
now is that development of the property allowed for their condominium, their limited common elements, or the common elements or any portion thereof? Well, let me put it this way. Isn't it true that they can develop their condominium, which is their housing area, but that they can't develop the common elements such as the roadway without the permission of everybody in the condominium?
Commissioner Van Pernis, I would have to look at, again, whether the language allows development of I'm sorry. The Wyono Ranch Road, I do not believe is a common element of the CPR. It's a road lot that's owned by the original developer. And the owners of the various properties up there, including the 4 CPR unit owners, have an easement over Wyono Ranch Road.
And
So the ranch road,
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
And so do all the other condominium owners in addition to the 4, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
And in addition to the 4 condominium owners involved in this application, the road provides an easement for all of the condominium owners up there.
The Wyono Ranch Road is a road lot, private road lot, and the owners of the subdivision, including the 4 CPR unit owners, have an easement over Wyono Ranch Road.
And also all the other condominium owners have an easement in addition to the 4, correct?
I guess I'm not understanding your question,
That's what the
Commissioner Van
CPR
Pernis.
provides. Now, what is a is the granting of this application as to this property, since this property is only a portion of the entire property, is this approval? If this is approved, do not all the condominium owners up there, which are part of the single tax map key number, don't all of them have the same right?
Should the special permit be approved, the obligations of the permit conditions would fall upon the owner of the 2.25 acre permit area, which in this case is the Hickeys, the applicants.
Is that a legal question you defer to counsel on whether or not approval of this permit would run to the entire tax key number?
Mark, I believe she stated that they did check with Corp Counsel and that it was determined that it's only the applicant's portion of the CPR that is liable under the potential special permit, correct?
I beg to differ. The question was
yes.
not presented to counsel. A different question was.
Chair Carr-Smith, we also do have the planning department attorney, John Mukai, I believe is available if Commissioner Van Pernis would like to ask those questions directly to him.
Well, it's the planning department's position that they're following the planning rules. And under the planning rules, only the owner's consent is needed. The other owner's consent is not required for the planning department to process the application. There's a rule for what needs to be in the special permit application, and it doesn't mention the other CPR owner's consent. And finally, we'd like to point out that the planning department is not the arbiter of the CC&Rs with regards to this CPR development.
But doesn't it have to consider the CPR whether it allows this activity?
Again, as Ms. Jackson pointed out, each owner can develop and apply for the special permit.
Very good, thank you.
And
Move on. Are there any other commissioners that have questions? Where did Mike go? Did we lose Mr. Batusik? I'm not seeing him. Why can't I see him? Go ahead, Max.
I just wanted to ask, with the permit, and I believe it's a 3,500 square foot facility being proposed to be built, would that be on the existing cesspool, or is there going to be a septic system installed in regards to that?
The applicant,
Really?
oh, I'm sorry. The applicant is proposing a new wastewater system. It would likely be a septic system.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hold on, Mr. Van Pernis, for just a moment. There's Mike. Okay, thank you. Can I please ask Naomi Ahmed to leave the meeting and come back? I believe you're for agenda item number 2, which could be a while. So if you could please leave the meeting and watch it on YouTube, and you'll know when we're getting close. We'll have breaks in between. Naomi, can you please do that? Thank you. I'm not sure who's on the phone at this other phone number, but we really only need our necessary people on the line right now. There's a phone number that ends in 46. If you could also please leave and watch YouTube, and you'll be informed when it's your time to testify if you are a testifier. All right, let's get back to commissioners with questions for staff. Mr. Van Pernis.
remaining questions. First, Ms. Jackson, do you know whether the proposed improvements are on the condominium owned by the applicants, or the limited common elements, or the common elements owned by everyone up there?
I believe the proposed improvements will be on the limited common elements.
And who owns the limited common elements?
The applicants.
And in terms of the easement, have you reviewed the easement and seen whether it allows commercial traffic?
The easement over Waiona Ranch Road was provided in the deed. It was described in the deed, and it did not describe any limitations.
Isn't it correct that any of the owners up on Waiona Meadows could litigate to stop the use of the commercial activity and the easement?
That's a legal question.
All right. The other legal question would be, what is the liability of the county for allowing a use that is not allowed by the condominium property regime?
Again, this is John Mukai for the planning department. It's not the planning department's, I mean, it's a private matter between the condo owners. They can do whatever they want to each other, but don't expect planning to go in and be the arbiter of the CPRs or any of the CCNRs on the property.
But it's going to allow a certain use regardless of not being an arbitrator of the CPR meeting.
That's why they applied for the special permit.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Vatusa.
Yeah, I just kind of want to echo Commissioner Van Pernis's concern. In that, you know, I do understand what the council is saying about how the planning commission and county is not the arbitrator of a CCNR concern. But my understanding is that the CCNRs are the lowest level of enforcement for that property, meaning that they have to be adhered to, but technically it's up to the members of that association to enforce that privately through action, through legal action. I agree with Mr. Van Pernis that for us to be approving an action that would basically be setting up the community to have to police itself seems like it could potentially put the county in liability, and I would like to know a little bit more about that. Specifically, my question, you know, is coming from the CCNR's section 5.3. Number 7, use of the product. All occupants shall exercise care in the use of musical instruments, radios, televisions, and amplifiers, and shall otherwise avoid making noise that may disturb other occupants. So to me, the CCNRs are indicating that they are not allowing loud noises, loud events that could become intrusive into this area. So for the county to approve such uses, to me, could be problematic.
The county did issue a denial in this case. And that was one of the concerns of the director.
Agreed. Yep. Just want to echo Mr. Van Pernis's concern, and I see that those considerations were taken into the director's recommendation for denial.
Thank you. Anyone else? Commissioners, any other questions for Maya? Okay, very good. Thank you, Maya, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. Next is the applicant's presentation. I believe we have Zendo Kern, who is the planning consultant. Douglas and Catherine Hickey are the applicants. And Alan Tui is the applicant's attorney. He's also with us today. If you could all raise your right hand, please.
Including Claire, Madam Chair, Claire.
Oh, I'm
Mason as
sorry.
well.
Yes, and Claire Mason. Thank you. If you could all raise your right hand. You too, Claire. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter before the Leeward Planning Commission?
Yes.
Yes.
Very good. Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you. Did you receive the Planning Department's recommendation and proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law, and decision of order?
Yes.
Yes.
Very good. If you'd like to go ahead, I kind of assume, Zendo, that you're going to take the lead. If you would
Correct.
like to just tell us who you are again and comment on the findings of fact and give us your presentation, please.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam Chair. Zendo Kern, planning consultant here representing the applicant. Good morning to all the commissioners, planning department staff, and everyone else in attendance. Okay. A bit perplexed here. Came into this knowing this was going to be a little bit of a challenge. Didn't think it'd be this kind of challenge. Got a call from the applicant towards the end of last when she was looking to change the wedding event venue from inside the house to outside the house, and she realized that she was actually not in compliance. So we talked about that, and she said that she wants to be in compliance. That's how she operates. So we started this process to go in that direction. She has operated the event venue for about 3 years, and we talked about that. No complaints, no issues, all the way around to our knowledge. So it looked like it was relatively straightforward for the most part, basically a continuation of what was already occurring there, but making sure it was legitimized. Before, usually when people come in to legitimize something, it's because there was a complaint made. In this case, we've reached out to the neighbors multiple times, etc. I'm just going to take a step back real quick. Obviously, the CCNRs is concerned for the commissioners. Alan, too, we can speak to that. Where I want to take a step back is about agriculture and fairness. We do have a farmer here that actually operates a farm. Oftentimes, we do see applications come in that have no farming activities on there. In this case, we actually do have a farmer. Ms. Hickey's been been a part of the Farm Bureau for over 6 years. She chaired the Farm Bureau as well as other charities in the area. I wonder how many other of the surrounding areas actually do farming. That's one of the issues we have here in Hawaii County. Before that, I'm a guy about fairness. You guys know, born and raised, most of you all know, born and raised here on the Big Island, former chair of the Leeward Planning Commission, former elected official, county council person. Not going to come in and we're not always going to agree on the same thing, but I do think fairness is something that is a really good place to start with. And feeling like it's stacked kind of in an opposite manner from fairness, honestly, right now. From the recommendation as one measure to even the fact that there were 32 letters of support sent in to the commissioners. I don't think many of those were mentioned. There was the change of venue that was put in there. That was mentioned, but we haven't had a chance to get into it. But before that, there was a time when, when the Planning Commission gets a recommendation, and it's a favorable recommendation, the Planning Department says we give a favorable recommendation for these reasons, and here's our proposed conditions, right? That's what we've all seen that many a times. Now, recently, when there's a negative recommendation, it comes as this proposed conclusions of law and findings of facts. Instead of, we propose a negative recommendation for these reasons and let's talk about it. And if that's so what's decided, then that comes out to be a conclusions of law and findings of facts. That's different than how it used to be. I wouldn't want to say right off the bat, that isn't fair to me. I'd want an even case, whether it be for or against it, in the same way. So if the planning department supports an application, should it not come out with proposed findings of facts and conclusions of law in favor of it? I wonder. So it's a very one way. If we support it, we kind of do. Here's the conditions. It's all right. If we don't, this is it. Proposed findings of facts and conclusions of law. I wonder there. Conclusions of law. So are these conclusions of law? The findings of facts are relatively accurate. It's relatively accurate. But if you go down these and say that, number 3, for example, on page 9, we did talk about agriculture tourism in there as a component that we would be submitting for, but we're submitting as a special permit on its own. Therefore, the agricultural tourism component has no bearing on that. None. It says in ag tourism, it doesn't, you can't do other things. If you want to do other things, go for a special permit. So that's what we're doing. So the proposed use is contrary to the objections sought by land use regulations. Is that a conclusions of law because we talked about ag tourism in there? That's a reason to go against it? I don't think so. I would think that and we have a.
You're breaking up a little bit, Zendo, just so you know.
Now, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate that. If we want to talk about that as far as you know, an unusual and reasonable, that part of the code is for unusual and reasonable use of agricultural land situated within the state agricultural district. I would say this meets that criteria. It's unusual and it's reasonable, and it doesn't take away from farming. It actually supports a small farmer. Going further down, the proposed use would adversely affect the surrounding properties. On the surface, one could say that that's a potential, but we did put in there multiple times that we would limit sound decibels to the property to a residential level, that we would mitigate sound, we would mitigate those elements, which would normally be in a condition if it was approval, and the applicant's happy to put that in as a condition. So in here, in this conclusions of law, it goes back and forth on saying that we propose to limit it, but we might not be able to limit it, and maybe we can and maybe we can't. Well, it's somewhat subjective. We've put it out there on the onset that we would limit that. There's actually technology to do that now. You can actually put indicators on, or excuse me, some type of device around the properties or on the side, and it'll actually click into your phone when you're increasing a sound decibel level. So there's ways to actually read it, limit it, and even ways to report it. So that's something that can be completely dealt with. But what I find very interesting, page 10, so we go through all of that, how basically plan director believes there'll be a substantial increase in noise. I also have to say that there has been many events over the past 3 years that obviously didn't have this effect. I'm sure there would be complaints. But the last paragraph, it says, lastly, anytime an agricultural use is established in an area actively being farmed or ranched, it can create conflicts between the two land uses. There is a concern that the guests of the proposed event venue may complain about farm and ranch related nuances such as noise or odors from surrounding properties. Is that a conclusion of law? Is that a reason to not do this? It's kind of like not supporting farming. Just doesn't make sense to me, unfortunately. DPW talked about some need for improvements off of the county road and Wai'ono Ranch Road. Applicants more than willing to do that. Those would be a fine condition. We have also limited the number of vehicles right off the bat. The applicant is willing to work with that as well. There could be safety control or a traffic control type person during events. That could be very easily mitigated by way of a condition. The unusual trends have arisen. There's an increased pressure to these farmlands. This is another one where we're supporting a small farmer, and this is a way for them to actually offset their revenue. The actual area of the farm unit, we talk about the ALIS system and the the important ag lands. This area
Didn't catch right those, so.
Oh, boy. What was that, Madam Chair?
We lost you there for a bit.
How about now?
If you can go back a couple of thoughts, please.
Okay. Referring to the farming, can everybody hear me all right? Good.
Yes.
The majority of the property is used for agriculture. Agriculture has been used for agriculture. The proposed area that is really not farmable without massive change alteration of the land. And
I lost you again a little bit.
Okay,
Maybe,
it's not going to be. Can you hear me now? It's not going to be hard enough.
maybe we can turn off our cameras.
Maybe the decks are stacked and the technology is not working.
Maybe we should move to the applicant, see what they'd like to add. Should we do that?
Could we
Yeah,
hear the rest of what Zendo? Maybe if we can all turn off our cameras.
Hey, Claire, excuse me. Claire, you can't just speak out, okay? You need to raise your hand or be acknowledged. We have somebody trying to take minutes of all of this, and we can't all just start speaking out. So appreciate it. Thank you.
So
Zendo, what do you prefer?
I'll try to clear this out, but if the sound's going back and forth still, then I can bounce over and we can go back and forth. So just please call out if I'm not being heard. And I'll try to somewhat summarize this portion of it. Basically, the department is saying is substantially alter the area of the land or the area of the character. Again, this has been an ongoing use with no complaints, and there's many ways to mitigate these elements. We talk about the general plan and Kona CDP. There's nothing explicitly against that. Both of those could be argued in either case. So I'd say that element is very subjective. It appears that there's the section 1.6 of the Kona CDP, but that is just an expert that's taken out. There's nothing in the Kona CDP that explicitly prohibits this request. That's my take on the conclusions, the law and findings of facts. I'd feel a lot better if those were just a recommendation than proposed conclusions of law, as I don't think they are conclusions of law. I also think it leads people in the public. It also could lead the commission to being steered a certain way. That little part of it, that's Zendo Kern standing on my side of it as just somebody who wants to see fairness in Hawaii County. It sucks that this is where we are with this application in this manner. I want to point out that we did reach out to the surrounding properties multiple times at the very, very beginning, beyond any of our required notices, to attempt to talk about this and to basically talk story with the surrounding properties to, see if there's issues, to work those out. So the thing that I'd like to really point out here is that there's many ways to mitigate sound, many ways to mitigate the traffic. We've already reduced the size of the venue, which I'll let Claire Mason speak to that because she's got a lot of good detail on the venue side of it. And there's also an opportunity to reduce the number of people. What would be really neat is to see some dialogue or some conversation occur to hopefully find a middle ground to support a real farmers, and a way to, bring in some additional income as well as support a tremendous amount of other small businesses. So I wonder, this is a very big question for the commission, is how do we support small farmers? How do we support small business? And how do we do that in a time like this that's unprecedented? This is a much bigger decision than just a yes or no on a special permit. This is an opportunity again to find middle ground, to work together and support this. On that note, I'd like to turn it over to Kate Hickey, the applicant, for a bit so she can talk about her story. I didn't really tell her story because I prefer her to tell that story. And then we can probably go over to Alan for him to speak to anything regarding the CCNRs, and then we could go to Claire, and I could maybe get the microphone back to close out this of it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Zendo. Go ahead, Kate.
Oh, no, I'm not. Oh. Hi, everybody. I'm Kate, and this is my husband, Doug Hickey, and we own Sunshine Farms in Holualoa. Thank you so much for hearing our application today. I'm really nervous, so I hope I am clear. So to tell you the story of our farm, in 2012, we moved to Hawaii. I was an attorney there. I worked in environmental law for NRDC, that's Natural Resources Defense Council. And it's always been a passion, like a lifelong passion of mine, to be living sustainably and really just contribute to the betterment of our earth and not non-sustainable practices. And that was a big part of our move to Hawaii. We purchased our farm in February of 2013. We had every goal when we bought our farm of making 100% of our living as organic farmers. We thought about what we were going to do with what we had, with our gifts, with our passions, with our money. and what kind of difference we wanted to make in the world. And that's what led us to this farm. When we bought it, unlike a lot of the properties, or like many of the properties around us, it was a home with unimproved farm ag property. There were no crops, no animals, and we started everything from scratch. To be clear, that is the case for all of the units in our CPR. We planted our 8 acres of coffee on our own. We have 6 acres of pasture animals. We have a herd of sheep and a herd of goats. We have about 1.5 acres of chicken coops. We have beehives also in that area. And then a number of fruit trees and other vegetable gardens. We actively farm about 17 acres of our 20 acres. The proposed event venue site is on our site plan 2.5 acres, but that includes our house and driveway. The actual site plan for just the venue would be about 3/4 of an acre. So we're not talking about a large portion of our farm. We're really dedicated farmers, and that is our goal. We have tried a lot of strategies in the almost 8 years we've owned this farm to make it profitable. We have planted our coffee, like I said. We have our animals. We have been to farmers markets. We've sold microgreens to restaurants. We sold home brewing supplies. We had a vegetable delivery CSA. We baked bread. We sold eggs. We've done farm tours. We've done coffee tastings. We sell our coffee online. We have done everything we can do to make our property profitable for us and to make it as farmers. But it wasn't until 2016 when we hosted a couple of farm to table dinners in conjunction with Slow Food Hawaii, of which I'm on the leadership team. And that is the time when we realized that there was a market for small weddings. We had a number of the guests of those dinners ask us, like, oh, could we do a wedding up here? Do you do weddings? You offer weddings? And so we said, oh, sure. We thought that it was part of our ag tourism. Never did I realize at that point that we were a violation of our zoning. We did a couple of weddings in 2016, and then from the photos and reviews from those weddings, the demand went crazy. In 2017, we did 12 weddings. In 2018, we did 40. In 2019, we did 50. And we had 50 on the books for 2020 before COVID. We have done over 100 weddings on our property at this point. I realize I'm telling you right now all about how we violated our zoning, and I'm really sorry about that. I want to be clear, the day I realized we had violated our zoning, the first thing I did was call our lawyer, Alan Tui's on this call, and I asked him how I could get into compliance. From that day forward, we have not booked even one new wedding, which I'll talk about in a second, but we are trying so hard to come into compliance with the rules and to be able to continue to farm and do our wedding venue. So making a living farming, I really just want to talk about how hard that's been for us. In 2019, that was the first year that we've ever been able to take a salary from our farm. We have farmed for 6 years, making no money at all. Sorry, my husband will talk for a second.
Oh, I don't know what I mean to say.
Just talk with him.
I don't know.
Okay. He doesn't know. He didn't prepare. But we have been working for all these years, not taking a salary. In 2019, that was the very, very first time that we ever were able to pay ourselves. And it was because of the event venue. We were also able to do a lot of other things that was really helpful for our farm. We were able to sell all of our coffee at a profitable rate for the first time because we could sell our coffee to the same clients that were at events. We could sell them to the guests. We could sell them as coffee wedding favors, sell brewed coffee like, people would serve the coffee at their weddings. So it was in symbiosis with our wedding and events. Our coffee and our farming is all one. I have some notes. We've been able to hire 4 full-time employees. Right now, we only have 2 because of coronavirus, but before coronavirus, we had 4 full-time employees with full benefits, paid time off, 401k matching, bonuses at the end of the year. And the reason we were able to do that was because of weddings. We were never able to be the kind of employers that we wanted to be for our farm workers before we had weddings. I realized that it is not an ag use to have a a wedding venue, but it is what allows us to do our agriculture. Those things together is what allows us to be a small farm and a profitable farm. We are also able from our small venue to support so many other local businesses like cake bakers, florists, caterers, musicians, photographers, on and on and on. And I think a lot of those people are going to be testifying at this meeting in our favor. I really want you guys to understand, and the whole commission to understand, that if we lose this and we don't get to have the wedding venue, it will be really hard for us financially, but it will also have far-ranging impacts on all of our vendors. Some of our vendors count on us for almost all of their income, and they're going to talk too, but like we're just on venue, but so many other people.
You're breaking up a little bit.
So, okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. We also really want to support charitable events and Kama Aina events with our venue. We get asked a lot to host charitable events, a lot. And we have not been able to do that as much as we wanted because the space that we've been out of in the past has been our home. So it's like, it's been really hard to do any increase of events here, especially if we're not being paid for them. But with the new venue, we'd like a condition on our permit that at least 5% of our events be charitable events. We've been approached by Donkey Mill Art Center, the Kona Coffee Festival, Kona Coffee Pageant, and Slow Food. I mean, there's so many that have asked us, and probably ones that haven't even asked us because they didn't know that we would do this. And that's a big part of our mission, and also a big part of why we want to build this new space. Also, event space for Kama Aina. You know, you all live here, and you know there are not a lot of venues for locals. Almost all of our weddings are for destination clients right now, and that's because of the small size. If we were approved for a small wedding venue that's smaller, you know, that's 50 people, let's say, that would be fine for us and our bottom line. That would be fine to make enough money to survive as a farm. But it really doesn't serve locals. Locals need a place that they can go that can have, you know, up to 100 guests. And so that is why we applied for that higher number. The weddings I enjoy hosting and that I really want to do are for smaller amounts. Our average size wedding in 2019 was 29 guests. And that is right where I want to be. That is the size and type. We're talking about small, intimate events. The planning department in their recommendation said that we'll have maximum of 250 to 500 people. Yeah, that is the maximum, but that is a huge misconstruing of what we actually do, where the vast majority of our events are small, under 50 guests. And then we want to have a handful of larger events for Kama Aina and for local charities. Also, so finally, we are trying to follow the letter of the law in every way that we can. We did not receive any complaints for our venue for the 3 years that we were in operation, nor did we receive a notice of violation from planning. We were the ones who started this process unprompted so that we could be in compliance with all regulations. Since we have applied for our permit to be in compliance with our zoning and to show our good faith, we have not accepted any new bookings, which has put a huge financial strain on our business. If it wasn't for SBA loans and, you know, some of our own savings, we would have been out of business already from having not taken any new bookings for over 8 months, 9 months now. And that is really, really hard. So I just want to be clear, like, we are Hawaii farmers. We do farm the vast majority of our property. We will continue to do that. We need your help. We need a lot of help. We need it from you. Please help us and approve our permit. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Did your husband want to say anything? No? Okay. I think Zenda wanted to move to you, Mr. Tui. Did you want to chime in regarding the CCNRs or the CPR docs?
Well, actually, Madam Chairperson and members of the commission. My comments were really pretty limited. First of all, to confirm what Ms. Hickey just told you, I've represented these folks for a number of years before this permit issue came up. And the day they found out, I think it was the day or within hours, quite literally, of finding out that they needed this special permit, I first referred them to land use planning. They ended up with Mr. Kern. And so I said, first thing is getting to compliance. And then immediately they were discontinuing all activity. So I think they've acted in good faith and they've done the best that they can to comply with the rules. The second thing I wanted to look at, and this is sometime later, we had looked at the roadway, and as Miss Jackson indicated, this is a private roadway. There are easement rights over it, but there is no road maintenance agreement. And there was kind of a concerted effort made to create a roadway maintenance agreement among the owners. It was unsuccessful, and it was an attempt made back about 9 years ago, about 2011. And that, after a good sized effort, there was really no anywhere near the 100% it takes to take 100%. There is no association there. In partial response to Mr. Van Pernis's and Mr. Vatusik's comments, the roadway doesn't have any particular language regarding maintenance or traffic. It is a very common agricultural roadway. I've been here 35 years. I've driven hundreds of these. And what you do is, as a matter of courtesy, you wait for oncoming downhill traffic and you let them through. And it's never been a problem. And I'm not aware of any safety issues raised by reason of this road. So the roadway itself is something that there's not much my clients can do short of filing a lawsuit against everybody and trying to get a road maintenance corporation, which I think would be a terrible thing for the owners up there. So they've kind of deferred on this for the time being to see what they can do. And they've also, and they've not stated this so far, but they've offered to say, what can we do? How can we help to help in the maintenance of this roadway up here? And if that is somewhere where they can assist. One thing they can't do is they can't create a road maintenance agreement. What they can do is what they've offered to do, which is to offer to improve it along with the other owners. And so far, those efforts, they haven't gone very far. We're going to try to continue to push them. But that's kind of the extent of what I had to say. Unless you had any other questions, that was my comments.
Thank you very much. Zendo, you wanted Claire to come in now and speak to the specific area, or?
Yeah, thank you, Madam
correct?
Chair. Yeah, if we could have a designer and feedback. So we've made some measures to kind of make some adjustments, reduce the size of the venue, etc. So there's some good drawings that she has there, and if she could present that, because she knows those very well, and then maybe I get the floor back after that. I'd appreciate it.
Sure. Go ahead, Claire.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, aloha. Apologies, Madam Chair, for speaking over you earlier. I haven't done this before online.
It's all right. Thank you.
So I'm going to share my screen here so you can see the updated plans. I'm on 2 separate screens, so hopefully I can get this. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. Can you let me know if you guys can all see this?
No.
No?
Nothing yet.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Okay, here we go. It's loading. Okay. Are we looking at it yet?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so first, just a small introduction. I work in the construction industry as a designer and project manager. I specialize in sustainable construction and restoration. I have been working with Kate for the last month to develop a new set of plans that appeases the concerns of her neighbors and concerns of her own, and can serve as an environmentally mindful establishment. So The updated concept plan is still a concept. However, it has been changed to show a much more accurate representation of what would be constructed. You'll see here that we've reduced square footage by over 25%. It was originally 3,500 square feet, and we're down to about 2,700. So here's the floor plan. Let's see, I gotta zoom out here. We've reduced the number of restrooms that was originally on the plans. We had several restrooms on the Hilo Drafting Co. plans, and here we just have the 3 guest bathrooms and 1 staff bathroom. And this represents the appropriate and legal number of restrooms needed for the maximum number of 125 guests, and would be much lower for the general number of guests, which would be around the 30 with maybe 10 people working. We will also be vigilant with the placement of the septic system as to not allow any possibility of contamination to the stream that was mentioned earlier. And right now the Hickeys are also on a cesspool, and I have mentioned to them that it's also very likely that we would at this time be able to switch them over to a septic system, which is something that's going to be legally necessary for them on their property soon here. So that would also add to the environmental sustainability aspect. I want to mention that Kate has been super adamant every step of the way that we make sure to address any issues or nuisances that might be concerning to her neighbors. For example, we'll be adding ample soundproofing to areas where noise will be transmitted at higher decibels, and now have the dance area right here in the middle of the building as to add extra sound dampening between the sound system and her neighbors' homes. Kate also plans to go as far as installing decibel meters on their property line to monitor and keep record of their noise compliance. And as far as the design goes, Kate's developed a really great aesthetic, and we're working closely to design a space that's cohesive with the natural setting. The building itself will be a combination of Hawaii Ranch style architecture and modern rustic simplicity. The building will have responsibly sourced ohia posts along this wraparound lanai, goes all the way around the building here, so you have views around the whole building. And that's all with responsibly sourced ohia posts. And then, of course, our goal is to have Sunshower Farms remain a carbon neutral business with the addition of this space. The following are a few of the many sustainability aspects of the proposed construction: 100% solar electric power, as they are off grid, using a propane or solar electric water heater, using native plants and locally sourced ground cover for landscaping, absolutely no use of chemical plant removal, using catchment water for as many legally allowed purposes as possible. The list goes on, so I'll show you just a couple of the perspectives here just to give you a better idea of the design, and just very simple space here. This is from all sides, so this is looking out. This view will be looking out onto the ocean. So. Okay, I am not sure how to go back here. But yeah, I just wanted to thank you again, and we really hope that we can see how important it is to be supporting these local ag businesses. You know, they just can't keep getting by without having something to supplement their ag income.
Thank you very much. All right, Zendo, did you want to wrap things up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Perfect. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Claire. Wanted to clarify a couple things, actually. Based on our count, there was 55 letters of support. So that should have gotten to everybody by touched on was the actual number of guests. I think it's gotten a little bit of misconstrued, or I think this is where some fine tuning needs to occur. We do have the request for the higher number, but again, as she's saying, that the average is closer to 30, 40 folk, and the higher guest count was for actually put in there for local families that wanted to actually have and so generally the local weddings could be much larger. So point of that is that the applicant, in my discussions, have been more than willing to, come up with some parameters around that to maybe rein that in a little bit, or define it greater, actually would be a better way to say it. So it's, only so many events per year at that higher number, average or lower. So there's ways to control that and mitigate that. I think that's really important. I think that's something that we were hoping to have done with some of the surrounding property owners, but never had that opportunity to do so, even though we've tried many, many of times. And the tech that I was referring to were sound decibel meters. You can put sound decibel meters along the property edge, and that can actually go back to your phone and let you know when that's risen. What we've proposed is basically a sound decibel level at the property line of a residential use, which agriculture is much higher. So again, all of this was forethought of really trying to mitigate these issues. In the review of the CCNR documents, there's nothing in there that we can find that that creates an issue regarding sound or has created an issue regarding this request. I think the other mitigating measures that we would have in there, as far as number of people, traffic control, some improvements, sound decibel meters, etc., some improvements to maintain the roadway. These are all things that we could do to actually find a middle ground, support our farmer, create a good, reasonable for the community. As you folks as commissioners can see that, and hopefully can help carry on this conversation to, again, find a middle ground and support our local farmer. With that, I will Kate, did you want to add anything else?
Yeah, I did want to about, and I forgot to say this earlier, about our environmental sustainability efforts for our venue. Claire talked about it a little bit with how the building design would be, but just like in every aspect of our wedding business, we work to be as eco-friendly as possible. From all the florals that we have at our venue are all grown on island. We forage many of the things that we use, from weeds, invasives. We cut down things so that we can specifically utilize those in a beautiful way while also removing things that shouldn't be there. We do native planting. In our coffee orchard, we're one of the only farms on our road, I think maybe the only one, who's left all of their native ohia trees in their orchard. We are trying to keep as many of our native trees as possible and our native plants. Our landscaping is almost entirely native plants, mostly ferns, other than the things that were there before. And large taro patches. We are working towards being a certified carbon neutral business. We actually already meet the standards, but we are not technically certified as that. All of our food waste from events, all of it goes to our chickens or into our compost. None of it goes to the landfill. We don't allow plastic at our events. We don't allow styrofoam. We don't allow straws. Everything that we use is wooden or cardboard, and if it's not, washable glass or china, and those things are chipped in a wood chipper, and we create mulch with that, and we use it on our coffee trees or in our other farming practices. Just throughout everything that we do in our farm, our goal is sustainability. We love this island, and we really this will not have a negative environmental impact on our land. If anything, it will be a positive, because we'll have more money to be able to put into these sustainability efforts that we really want to do. So that's all I wanted to say about that. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, do we have any questions for the applicants? Faye, go ahead.
Hi, I'd like to preface this by saying that I don't have any objections against the family that's trying to make a living on their farm. I think it's fabulous. I just have some questions regarding.
Sorry, Faye, hold on just a second. Yeah, can you bring your mic to you? Thank you.
Okay, starting again. I'd like to preface this by saying that I have no objections to this couple trying to, make a living and, living out their dream of being on a farm. However, I have some questions, mostly like talking about the number of people, you probably would have more people come because if you're permitted and you're able to advertise and more people will see. And so my concern are, like you'll have more traffic on that road. So somehow you're gonna have to do something about that road because I think that's unsafe. And also if if the county approves this, does the county become liable in case something happens because they approved it? And so I'm thinking that the roads would need to be improved. I'm also thinking, even though you said that you have decibels and all of that, we all know that. I think it's important. I don't know if you've gotten any feedback from your neighbors, how they feel about it. Um, and also, and you're saying no more than 30 to 50? No, that's not really. I would think that if I had a wedding, I'd want at least 50 people or more to come to my wedding. Also, if you're gonna have a community event, that's more than 50 people. So, I mean, those are the things that I'm concerned about, that, you have proper restrooms, proper parking, and buses. You said you're gonna have buses or vans that go up and down the road. So you're gonna have more traffic. So that's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Faye. Go ahead. Mr. Van Pernis, go ahead.
I'll ask all the testifiers, be they headed by Mr. Kern or otherwise, are you willing to improve the road to subdivision standards?
To improve the road to subdivision standards would be too far great of a burden imposed upon at this point in time. The applicant is willing to comply with what Department of Public Works requested as far as improving right off of the highway. As far as making road improvements or a mechanism to support road improvements, yes, we've talked about that. The applicant is willing to do that within a reasonable manner, absolutely, without question. Again, that's why we're limiting, cars in the first place, as well as having the passenger vans and whatnot. All of this was in mindset to limit the impact as far as traffic goes, and absolutely would be willing to contribute some money. But I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner Van Pernis, that would be too far great of a burden.
That avoids the issue. DPW doesn't have jurisdiction of the road, only tied to the highway. Is the applicant willing to provide any improvements on a private road? Any improvements at all?
Yeah, Commissioner Van, yes, as I mentioned, the applicant would be willing to do so if it's within reason. I think this is where kind of working this out as far as number of folks, guests, what type of improvements, what mechanism would be there would be a way. So under normal circumstances, when you have a community association such as this that has a road, basically a road association. In other cases, what we've been able to do is, increase those annual road dues for the business number on per event or person.
I'm not talking about a community association.
Mr. Van Pernis, please stop interrupting. Can you let him finish his thought, please?
I should say, in this case, we don't have that mechanism to make it easy, but to answer your question, yes, the applicant is willing to make some improvements within reason.
Unilaterally, there's no association. The majority of landowners don't approve this use. So the question is, does Ms. Hickey agree to build improvements to the road for the benefit of her property, regardless of any association or other landowner?
Yes, Commissioner Van Pernis, I believe I haven't stated otherwise that she is. I'm just saying it makes it a little more challenging not having that mechanism. But yes, the applicant is willing to work on road improvements or a mechanism to help fund road improvements that are within reason for the activity that they're doing.
Are you talking about association? I'm talking about unilaterally by Ms. Hickey.
I'm talking about improvement. I'm
Exclusivization.
talking about improvements or a mechanism to fund the road improvements on the roadway, period.
So I take that as she's unwilling to unilaterally improve the road.
That's not an accurate statement.
What road improvements would she be willing to do unilaterally?
I think we're being a little repetitive here.
All right, let me move on to another subject. This may be for the planner, the draft person. How many of the improvements, parking, etc., are on the common elements of the property owned by all the owners up there?
To our knowledge, all the improvements would be made, what we commit to is all the improvements would be made on the CPR parcel that is owned by the applicants.
I understand the CPR, but the CPR includes limited common elements and common elements, which are owned or influenced by persons other than the CPR owner.
Right. I mean, and so we're all pretty aware that this was a quote unquote subdivision by way of CPR. And in these cases, it was an 8 parcel that each lot got 20 acres. So each person is allowed to use their 20 acres to have their property rights. And so they would have their.
Rather than that sort of obfuscation, let me ask the draft person, how many of the elements that you've drawn are on the common elements owned by all the property owners?
To our knowledge, there are none.
Let me ask the testifying specialist who drafted the plans and presented them to us.
All right. Maya, did you want to respond?
Yes, Commissioner Van Pernis, my understanding is that all of the parking, driveway improvements, and the event venue will be located on the limited common element unit 1 that's owned entirely by the Hickeys.
Thank you. So no common elements.
And do all persons who have interest in those limited common elements, have they joined this application as applicants?
We discussed that earlier, Mark, and I believe it was stated by the planning department that was not, it was determined to not be necessary.
Well, I disagree. I think that county can't overcome the state CPR.
Okay. All right, I'm going to move over to Mr. Tui. Go ahead.
Just very briefly, Mr. Van Pernis, Article 16 of the CC&Rs for the 4-unit subdivision says, notwithstanding anything to the contrary, individual unit owners shall have the right at their sole discretion and without the consent or permission of other unit owners or the association to renovate, remodel, make additions to, enlarge, remove, replace, or restore the improvements, and so on. It also provides in the CPR for greener pastures is what it's called. That's a 4-unit subdivision. It says, and this is Article 17, to the extent that joinder of any other unit owners may be required to effectuate any alterations to individual units, everybody is deemed to consent to it. So I think the consent of other owners is pretty well addressed in that, with the idea being that there is some leeway there for the owners to go ahead, so there's no veto power by other owners.
Very good. Thank you. Thanks. Mr. Newberg, go ahead.
Yes, I'm trying to determine the exact location of the property on Figure 1. I'm curious. It seems that the subject property applying for the permit is 1.4 miles from Mamalohoa Highway, and I'm curious to just get a little more information on the layout of the property compared to maybe how many properties guests would pass on the way I don't want to assume, but I'm thinking Mackay to the subject property. And then perhaps properties that would be below that could be possibly impeded by traffic that are trying to flow Mauka up to the highway, just to get a little better feel of where we're located for the subject property and the traffic.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Maya.
Yes, Commissioner Newberg, there are 16 lots that have access to Waiono Ranch Road. And of those 16, 9 of the lots are Malka of the Hickey's CPR unit.
Okay.
Commissioner Vatusik?
Yeah, I also just wanted to point out that in the map on figure 1, Mamalohoa is the bottom of the map. So all the traffic is going Mauka up Waiono Ranch Road to get to the subject property.
Thank you. Commissioner Kealoha, did you have a question?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I do. I'd like to ask the Hickeys, how much pounds of food do they produce, and what is their annual revenue off their farming activity? Regardless of whether or not you're paying yourself a salary, I'm just interested in your average annual revenue as well as your poundage produced.
Go ahead, Kate.
Hi. Okay. So for coffee, our trees are new. We planted them in 2013. So each year our actual production has been going up because, for a while they were adolescent trees. Our production right now is about 30 to 40,000 pounds of cherry per year. And of roasted we sell nearly all of our coffee is roasted and not as cherry. So that ends up being about 3,000 to 4,000 pounds of roasted coffee a year. We don't commercially sell any of our other food products, although we do eat them ourselves and give them to people and, share. But, we use our animals for milk and meat, honey, eggs, and have quite a number of fruit trees and taro patches. So I've never weighed any of those amounts. We don't sell them commercially, so I don't know, but we are actively farming all of those areas. It's just more for homestead. The part that we commercially farm is our coffee only. And my husband's looking up our revenue right now. And he's saying that last year we made about $30,000 from our coffee. This year, our revenue should be higher on our coffee because our yields are just going up every single year. So, hopefully they continue to go up, but not all of our property is well suited for coffee farming. It's all fairly well suited for farming in general, but not all well suited specifically for coffee because of soils in different spots and where there's water and streams that go through different places and things like that. So right now there's maybe about an acre more where we could plant coffee and that's it.
Thank you.
Kate, while we're on that topic, could you share with us what your special event business brought in 2019? Do you have that handy?
Yeah. And as far as total sales in 2019, $150,000. But that is not including our expenses. So like our florist, for example, we pay her directly from that. And so about $50,000 of that went directly to florals, for example, and to staff and so on. So from actual profit, not just revenue, we made approximately $80,000 last year on our events.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Van Pernis?
Yes. Are you advocating, this might be for Mr. Khan, are you advocating that all agricultural properties be allowed to have commercial activities if in order to make more money?
Mr. Kern?
I am advocating on a case-by-case basis that farming is very hard on a good day, and I think we're going to see a trend, and we've seen it for a while, where there are ways or mechanisms in place for farmers to offset or increase their income. I do think we're going to see that as a trend. Am I saying it's across the board? Probably not. But I do think it's a trend. If you look in California as well, where in the wineries, where they actually do quite well. They do a lot of weddings as well, and getting people on site actually allows you to, sell your product for a greater yield than you would selling it through a wholesale. So I think it's a trend.
Isn't this precedent, if granted, isn't this application precedent for
If we
commercial
would
activity and all agricultural properties?
Well, if we'd like to discuss precedent, precedent's already been set. 2010, a special permit for Duarte Farm Co. Inc. Hawaii. They have a special permit for weddings as well as overnight accommodations. And I can get a much longer list of other elements, but that's why it's a special permit. Does it meet the criteria? And are there ways to mitigate impacts? And in this case, it does meet the criteria, and there are ways to mitigate the impacts. I think we should be getting into more of that. But precedence has been set, Mr. Van Pernis, if we're going to go there.
Thank you.
That's Hawaii, you say?
No, that's the Big Island. That's tax map key starting in 7.5. So it's just away from the applicant's.
Thank you, Mr. Kern. We're moving on to Commissioner Vatusik.
Is there going to be public testimony on this as part of this meeting?
Yes, we're going to get there. As soon as we're finished with this line of questioning, then we're going to go to public testimony after a break.
Well, I would like to reserve my questions for after public testimony.
Absolutely. We can do that. Max, did you have your hand up, Commissioner Newberg?
I did, but I agree with Mr. Vatusik. It'd probably be more prudent to wait until after. Thank you.
Very good. All right, commissioners, are we good at this point? All right, thank you, applicants. Let's take a 10-minute break here to allow testifiers to come online. I have 11:17, so we will come back on around, let's say 11:30. Thank you. Please make sure you're muted and your camera's off. Thank you, everyone, for being back online. Just give us a minute. I just want to cross-check everyone so that when I swear people in, I make sure I have everyone. Thank you. Rochelle, how are we looking from your perspective?
We are missing a few people still. I'm trying to get a hold of them.
Okay. Do you want me to wait or should we?
You could go forward. You need to swear them in.
Yeah, maybe I'll just mention the first group that I see is here.
Aisha Shapiro will join. She's driving. She's trying to get to a spot. So and then Wei Fang, I haven't been able to get a hold of him.
Okay.
So, but the first four are here.
Yeah. All right. I guess we'll proceed. I'll call off the names of who I want to swear in, and then I'll cross them off after they testify. We're just going to have to try to do it like that. It's going to be a lot to get through, everyone, but thank you for your patience and understanding as we figure this out. Does that work, Rochelle?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the first group of people that I see that I'd like to swear in is Amber Haley, Michael Haley, Jessica Bruner, Bray Nelson, and Martin Rathburn, and Aislinn Chalker. If I could do those 6, 7, 6. If you folks could please raise your right hand and swear or affirm. Sorry? And Aislinn Chalker. So right now I'm swearing in Amber, Michael, Jessica, Bray, Martin, and Aislinn. I don't know how else to do it because it's too confusing otherwise. So folks, if you could please raise your right hand and swear or affirm that you will tell the truth on this matter before the Leeward Planning Commission. Could you nod or say yes?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Before we get started, so the Planning Department did mention all of the testimony that had been received. Commissioners, have you all reviewed the testimony?
Yes.
If anyone has not, can you please speak up?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we actually have around 40 testimony to hear. So due to that, turn off your cameras and mute yourself until I call on you, please, except for the commissioners. And Amber will be first. Your testimony is going to be limited to 3 minutes. And that's going to be very strict today. Normally when we're in person, it's a little bit different, but since we have so many testifiers, we have to stick to that time frame, and you will literally be muted after 3 minutes. So please use that time efficiently. And then after your testimony is complete, after your 3 minutes, we're going to ask commissioners at that point if there's questions for that testifier. And when we no longer have questions for that testifier, then that testifier will leave the room. Okay? Thank you all very much. All right, let's start with Amber Haley. Right now, I believe your testimony is for yourself, and we'll be seeing a lot of you today, but right now this is just your testimony, correct? Okay, go ahead, Amber.
Okay. Everybody, my name is Amber Haley, and I'm a local resident, entrepreneur, and I'm a Big Island realtor. I'm really happy to be here, so thank you so much. When I heard that Kate and Doug had voluntarily turned to the planning department to make sure their venue is in complete compliance with the county, only to receive a negative recommendation, I was personally incredibly disappointed. This is when I decided I must be here today, virtually in person, without question, on a very busy Monday for my business, because that is how much I believe in them getting this permit. And of course, I'm not surprised to see there are so many other outstanding community members, neighbors, and business owners also supporting them, with many letters and testimony submitted. So here's why I think this permit really needs to be approved, among other reasons. As a realtor, I've come to learn, unfortunately, that so many businesses and individuals openly and willingly operate out of compliance for many years with no repercussions. And to me, this feels incredibly problematic. You may even know some of these businesses, people operating illegal rental properties, people operating small businesses without a GET license, people building houses and structures without county permits. And if you weren't aware, there are venues on Big Island that operate openly outside of their zoning. I could probably, if I was getting married, book a wedding right now at one of these venues. And these things are all too common. As a licensed realtor, I've always made it a priority to make sure I'm operating legally, ethically, and in full compliance with the law. I know the Hickeys to be the same. They are people of integrity that only want to operate in complete compliance. Kate herself is a lawyer. She holds herself personally and professionally to the highest code of ethics. I can't imagine the frustration and difficulty they must feel right now, fighting to follow the rules with the potential of being denied. If I myself, as a professional client, and was denied, it would be absolutely heartbreaking to watch their zoning continue to do so without issue. So here's my point. The systems need to reward those who are at least trying to be in compliance and not those who aren't. I hope today you set that precedent. Beyond all the many reasons they deserve the special use permit, the island of Hawaii needs a business like this one. I have known Kate and Doug and their employees for years. They have helped shape so many individuals in this community, even the little things they do, like not taking the extra fees from vendors that the lodge resorts do. They offer generous businesses, all the things that you put money and resources into community members and into the state of Hawaii. It contributes, it makes a difference, it makes the community better, safer, and a stronger economy. And I don't even need to mention this, but the pandemic has decimated our local economy. By approving this permit, you'll be directly bringing money back to the state. Thanks so much. I could never express in 3 minutes how much their farm has impacted myself personally and the community as a whole. I have seen them offer their time and wisdom to help so many other entrepreneurs facing obstacles in their businesses and come up with smart solutions. I want to assure you that they are people who can be trusted to address any concerns or impacts of their business with intelligence, empathy, and fairness. I hope the public testimonies you're about to hear can paint a bigger picture on how far-reaching your decision today will be. I really hope you swiftly approve this permit. Thank you. Aloha.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Commissioners, Commissioner Van Pernis?
Yeah. Ms. Camaro, are you advocating that every agricultural property like this one should be allowed to carry on commercial activities?
Mr. Van Pernis, Ms. Camaro is a staff member at the county and she's our timekeeper today. Ms. Haley is the one that just testified. And
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm hoping you're not going to ask that question to every single testifier, but.
Well, this testifier says she's a realtor. And I want to know if she's advocating that all agricultural properties, such as this one, be allowed to carry on commercial activities.
As a realtor, I just want to speak within my area of expertise. So I'm kind of with Sendo on this one. I think it needs to be on a case-by-case basis. So I'm here testifying today specifically on this case from the information that I have and I know. And I believe that they should be granted the special use permit in this situation. Absolutely. My answer could be different. I don't know if it was a different situation and I had different information, but that's beyond my scope of expertise.
Do you realize that this application violates state land use regulations?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I understood. Can you repeat the question?
Are you aware that this application violates state land use laws?
I am aware that they are doing everything in their power with all the resources they have to come into compliance to not violate any law. And that's why they have my support, because I think that's the right thing to do. And it would have been easier for them to act out of compliance. But that's not what they've chosen because that's not the right thing to do.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on. We're going to move on, Mr. Van Pernis, to Michael Haley. Thank you, Amber.
Aloha, thank you. Aloha, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I would like to say as a real estate agent, I've worked with multiple Kona coffee farmers and many of the other amazing individuals who make up our agricultural industry here on the Big Island. And along with everybody else during the pandemic, local farmers are facing tough economic times in addition to the high cost of labor and by hand production. The most successful farmers I have worked with generally share one thing in common, and that's they are very smart business people who have learned to diversify their farms. What Kate and Doug Hickey have done is create a sustainable family farm that they have kept successfully running by also turning it into a small wedding venue. Agricultural sustainability is something that we should strive for as an island community. I'd find it hard to find anybody who disagrees with that who lives here. And our farmers are at the forefront of this movement. Having a farm that pays its employees livable wages and offers generous benefits like Sunshower Farms does is often marginally profitable at best. This special use permit will allow them to operate a small but impactful wedding venue that will contribute enormous value to their farm operations. I truly believe that the agricultural industry is what we as an island need to focus on to revitalize our local economy. Not to mention, when people think of Kona, they think of Kona coffee. As a realtor who specializes in green properties, I'm super excited that their plans for their new venue include sustainable design powered by renewable solar energy. Sustainability is even built into the way that they conduct events, like Mrs. Hickey was saying, on how they compost and mulch all of the things and literally create zero waste in a time in 2020, as we all know. Like the way, excuse me, and lastly, the principles of Malama Aina are at the core of everything that they do. It's really an aspirational model for proper design and business sustainability. Please stand with me in supporting these local farmers by approving the special use permit for Sunshower Farms. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Haley? Very good. Thank you. So you and Amber can drop off the call, if you will, please, and maybe pick it up on YouTube. Thank you. All right, we're moving on to Jessica Bruner. Jessica?
Hi.
Hi there. Yes, thank you. Thanks for being here. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So yeah, my name is Jessica Bruner. I'm the Director of Sales Operation Manager for Hawaii Sound and Vision. We do event lighting, dance floors, sounds, bands, DJs. So I'm speaking on behalf of our entire team here, which is about 30 to 40 people, including all of our musician partners, performers, technicians, designers. We've been here operating on this island and neighboring islands for 20, almost 30 years now. So we've been fortunate enough to be a part of countless events at so many wonderful venues, and including some of the previous ones at Sunshower Farms. So in working with Kate and more, especially over the last year or two, and seeing this project become such a passion and their evolution to try to establish their location into a legitimate venue, which we think is essential in a lot of ways, especially in seeing a spike in interest, because it is so unique and special. And I think in hearing Kate speak about it earlier, we can all see why. As Kate had mentioned, not only is this a place for people to come together in celebration of love and different events that they're having, but also importantly, it's a place for the creative and driven people in our local industry, the tourism-specific event industry that plays such a big role in driving our economy here on the island as a whole. With caterers, designers, performers, florists, all these people to thrive. And especially in these times where we're seeing the effects of COVID limiting our industry and in turn our community, it's going to be so important for us to, when the time is right, to come back into a place where we can all thrive again. And we believe Sunshower Farms can play a huge part in that process. These type of events are what bring people to our island, provide income to our local community of professionals, and what brings us together as humans, something we definitely need. So again, I'll keep it brief. On behalf of the whole team here, we support Sunshower Farms for their special use permit and feel it's very important to our island in a big way to be approved. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, any questions for Jessica? All right. Thank you, Jessica. Appreciate it. Okay, our next testifier is Bray Nelson.
Hi, good morning. My name is Bree Nelson, and I'm speaking in support of Sunshower Farms permit as a small business owner myself. I believe the venue will benefit the community in several ways. When my husband and I were planning our wedding here, we searched for venues that were affordable and could accommodate around 100 people, and we really struggled to find something that would work for us. For a time, we even considered doing our wedding on the mainland or taking our business to another island. And eventually we settled on a venue in Kahala, which I have now learned actually runs these same kind of events unpermitted. Do we want to punish Sunflower Farms for opting to do things legally on their own accord when there are other venues on this island which continually host these events unpermitted? As evidenced by my anecdote that I just listed, there's already a lack of affordable venues for locals and travelers alike to our island, and the wedding industry on this island would also greatly benefit from Sunshower Farms operating in this capacity. Sunshower Farms not only employs local people who work on their farm, it also benefits our wedding industry. And as a wedding photographer, I depend on venues like Sunshower Farms because their clients and my clients typically have the same budget range for wedding services. Many of the large resorts cater only to very wealthy mainland clients, which is great, but that leaves little options available for locals and more affordable wedding venue options. With more wedding venues available, it will create a ripple effect that would benefit other local artisans such as myself, florists, makeup artists, hairstylists, local boutiques, photographers, designers, planners, videographers, rental equipment companies, food trucks, restaurants, caterers, among others. In a time when small businesses in our economy are already struggling a great deal, venues like this are needed. If this application is not approved, it will be to the detriment of many small business owners on this island. I understand the potential concerns that have been mentioned, but livelihoods are at stake. So thank you very much for your time. Aloha.
Thank you, Brianna. Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Van Pernis. You guys are muted. There you go. Go ahead.
Ma'am, do you live in the Lionel Widow subdivision?
No, I do not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bray. All right, we'll move on to Martin Rathbun.
Madam Chair, it looked like Mr. Patusik was going to ask a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't see that. Mr. Patusik, go ahead.
Sure, I'm not sure if the testifier is still on.
I believe I see her. Yes, she's here.
Okay. My question is, with your involvement in the wedding industry, are there any additional wedding venues that you're aware of that are legal alternatives?
Did you say are legal?
Yep.
I am not sure who is operating legally or not, to be sure, but I do know of ones that are not operating under a permit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Very good. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to move on to Martin Rathbun.
Aloha, everyone. I'm a pastry chef and cake baker. I started working with Kate Hickey in February of this year when their baker was on vacation. I'm a prior owner of Daylight Mine Coffee Company, and we had a very successful wedding venue, which is now taken over by Papakona, and I am the principal baker for weddings there. There are few and far between wedding venues other than our beaches and our parks that are operating with permits and licenses that are required. I was a baker at the Four Seasons, definitely wedding venues at the Four Seasons, of which there are 5, are far too expensive for our local populations and for visitors who are spending the money to come here on a shoestring to have a destination wedding. I depend on business from all wedding venues and individuals for my business. With COVID, so many people have left the island and returned to the mainland in hopes of being able to continue baking. And right now I'm swamped with business, which is great. Kate and Sunshine Farms have provided me with substantial business. I would really hate to lose that. They're also providing a destination wedding venue, the likes of which I have not seen. The view from their farm is spectacular, and the reviews that they're getting for the weddings that they're hosting are really nice. I would support their application for the jobs that they provide to our community. And then I also had a statement from Aaron Schroeder. I don't know how that fits in here, Ms. Smith.
Yeah, let's finish up your personal statement here.
Good.
Do you have anything else to add?
No.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Rathbun? Okay, very good. Then the next testimony is Mr. Rathbun representing Aaron Schroeder. Go ahead, Martin.
So I have a statement that was written by somebody who's not able to be with us this morning. My name is Aaron Schroeder. I'm a personal acquaintance of Doug and Kate and have worked as a caterer at their farm. I have known Kate and Doug for many years, more in a personal capacity than a professional one, but I have worked at their farm for catering events, and I can say a couple of things about their venue and the business in general. Like many farmers, Kate and Doug have diversified to make their farm succeed. And what I found beautiful about their venue was the way that the life of the farm and community were so seamlessly integrated into the events they've hosted. The dinner I worked at featured products from Sunshower, at least half a dozen different local businesses, walking through the gardens and acreage, animals, etc. Beautiful as Sunshower is, the events there are beautiful. There is nothing manicured or staged about it. It's a working farm, something truly unique. And Kate and Doug bring that identity proudly to their work as event hosts. I think it's worth saying that farming is a profession that is challenging like few others, in part because it leaves no room for a typical work-life balance or 9-to-5 commitment. It succeeds only when farmers see themselves as intimately connected to a place. And even then, only incredibly hard work, determination, and luck can make one succeed. I am a 5th-generation farm kid from Iowa, and my father stopped working our 500-acre land, which was entirely unsustainable cash crops, because it could no longer make ends meet. This illustrates just how difficult was the task that Kate and Doug undertook and why they have had to diversify. They were committed to running a farm and a coffee business full-time and in a sustainable way. And in order to make that commitment financially viable, to make a profit, to pay their workers fairly, and to provide benefits, they began opening up their farm for events. It's to their credit that they were so involved that work in the life of the farm, and that part of what makes their venue unique is that the farm and the events venue are so closely connected. And that's something about Kate and Doug personally I hope you'll take into consideration. They're among the most honest, straight-dealing people I know. Indeed, that's how they found themselves here. They wanted to run the farm the right way. So rather than cutting corners, they started hosting events. They wanted to run those events the right way. So rather than skirt the land use regulations like many venues, they proactively sought this hearing. They are doing exactly the things we'd want good farmers, good neighbors, and good members of the community to do. For these reasons, I recommend that you grant their permit request.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Since that was testimony of someone else, we won't ask you questions regarding their testimony, but thank you very much. Appreciate you being here today. Next, we have Aislinn Chalker.
Hi.
Am I saying your name correctly?
It's Aislinn.
Aislinn. All right, Aislinn. You're going to begin by representing yourself, and then you'll represent someone else. So we'll start with your personal 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Aloha, my name is Aislinn Chalker. I'm a photographer and web designer, born and raised here in Hawaii. I first met Kate and Doug in 2017. Kate is a member and now leader of a group of creative business owners here on the island. Kate took over as leader for me just a few months ago. I just want to say anecdotally, I have a 6-week-old baby, but made it a point to be here the last few hours, specifically to testify and to support them, because I believe so strongly that for this expansion of their farm business and this larger event venue. From listening to the beginning of this meeting, I understand that there are legitimate concerns about road usage and potential sound disturbances, but I think it's really, really critical to remember, as has been mentioned, that for the years that they have already been running events, there hasn't been a single complaint about these things. And I'm not surprised to hear that there haven't been any complaints, because I know Kate and Doug so well. They're good people, they're good neighbors, and they believe in contributing positively to the island community here on the Big Island. As someone born and raised here, and I'm sure a lot of you who have been born and raised here know that that's not always the case for people who move to the islands. I think specifically that they want to be able to host Kama Aina events and support not only tourists coming here for weddings, but locals and local charities. I think that's a really wonderful, wonderful thing. And I want to speak to how hard it is to be a small business owner here in Hawaii, not even just right now with COVID, but in general. It's really, really hard to run your own business. There are a lot of hurdles, a lot depends on tourism, and it's not uncommon for people to need secondary income streams. My own business is tourism based, and my husband and I have been faced with zero income for the past few months. If we had a way to subsidize our income the way that Kate and Doug are trying to do to subsidize their farm income, we would 100% be taking advantage of that. Farming is a really legitimate income stream for Hawaii residents that's not tourism dependent. I think we should be finding ways to support those endeavors, to support and lift up the farmers, and not make life harder for those wanting to consciously work the land and support the local community. Thank you. Sorry, I think you're muted.
Sorry about that. Commissioner Van Pernis, go ahead and pull the microphone, will you please?
Ms. Chalker, are you aware of the written complaints and objections contained by contained in the testimonies of other landowners in the subdivision that this commission has received?
I'm aware that they have received complaints.
Then your statement that there has been no complaints is not accurate?
My understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that prior to Kate and Doug coming forward and sort of telling on themselves, there were no previous complaints. And so the complaints were submitted as part of this happening right now.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Zendo Kern.
You mean objections as opposed to complaints, correct?
Point of order, to say that there's complaints is false. To say that there's letters of opposition would be correct. Right. I feel like some of the questioning coming from Commissioner Van Pernis is very leading and pushing very much in a certain direction that does not lead to fairness, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kern. All right, any other questions? All right, Ms. Chalker, you want to proceed with your testimony representing Kate Masters?
Yes, I have a written statement from Kate Masters.
Thank you.
Aloha, friends.
Watch the timing. Go ahead.
Okay. Aloha, friends. My name is Kate Masters. I am the Community Development Manager for Rising Tide Society, a network of small business owners supporting each other in the spirit of community over competition. I am writing a statement in support of Kate Hickey, one of our incredible chapter leaders who has been a selfless champion for small business owners in the last 3 years that I have known her. I have seen firsthand how Kate and Doug's business has grown over the years during Kate's involvement with Rising Tide and the positive impact it has made on small business owners in the community as a result. Hosting events at the farm has allowed meaningful relationships to flourish with other small business owners in the area. From photographers to cake directors, there are on average 14 vendors involved in the typical wedding, according to the Wedding Wire. This creates a meaningful ecosystem of referrals and relationships that help local small businesses thrive, and Kate and Doug already have a supportive network of vendors they regularly work with who benefit from the referrals and opportunities Sunshower provides them as an event space. The amazing thing about Sunshower is that it's not a wedding venue that moonlights as a farm. They built their dream of a sustainable farm where the coffee, animals, and community are their priority. Hosting events at their farm allows them to continue to live out their vision during a time when small businesses in agriculture are suffering immensely. During a season of unprecedented hardship for small business owners this year, I have seen Kate step up and support local small business owners to the best of her abilities, from collaborative online markets to taking on a bigger role in leading the Kona chapter of Rising Tide. Thank you for your time, Kate Masters.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'd like to confirm that we have Aisha Shapiro, Wei Fang, Ali Brown, Laya Ma, Donna Ma, Michael Bell, and Kelly Johnson. Can you show me your cameras, if you will, please, if you have?
I don't think Wei Fang is on.
Okay, so no Wei.
But the rest of this list should be here.
Okay.
Aisha might, let me text her.
Okay, so we'll proceed without Aisha or Wei.
I think she's available.
Oh, there's Aisha's on, I think. She's in the middle of my screen.
Okay, she's on. Yeah.
So just not Wei.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Folks, could you please show me your cameras and then raise your right hands? And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth before the Leeward Planning Commission today?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Aisha, you're up first, please, if you could proceed with your testimony.
Yes, hi, thank you. My name is Aisha Shapiro. I am the owner of Aisha Rose Event and Design, and I also own the Ladies Artisan Market Networking Group for Women. We are a event and design business, and so one of my biggest issues living here in Kona is finding event space that's affordable. It's one of the biggest challenges that we as event planners and anybody in the events and music industry faces. So I am here in full support of Kate and Sunshower Farms with their permitting process. The wedding industry employs so many people, bakers, musicians, calligraphers. I mean, I could go on and on. I think we're all aware of how many people that weddings and events employs here locally. And it's just really important that we have affordable venues. We as planners can't afford to host events at all the fancy hotels. It's just not really designed for Kaima-Aina rates. We also look for space to help out with nonprofits and fundraising efforts for local, organizations. And that's something that Kate has already been very willing to do with their current situation, is bring in a lot of these local groups that really need help with, waiving vendor fees and whatnot. And Kate has definitely committed to helping these organizations, as if they get their permit approved, that they would be helping a lot of local business that are nonprofits and whatnot. So I'm in full support of their permitting process. We absolutely have a need for more venues. It's imperative that they do something about this here for us.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions, commissioners? Thank you. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to Ali Brown. Allison Brown, there you are.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to be here today on behalf of Kate and Doug Hickey. I'm Ali Brown. I am the director of the Miss Kona Coffee Scholarship Program, and I'm also an entrepreneur here in the community in accounting and events. I do understand the concerns about the road use and sound disturbances. However, knowing that Sunshower Farms has been operating for the last few years without a complaint should not go unnoticed. This is a testament to how Kate and Doug operate their venue. I've seen firsthand where they have communicated the importance of being mindful of those around them, especially while on their farm, but also when driving to or leaving the farm. As a community member that plans events and operates, a nonprofit, there are not enough venues here in Kona, let alone affordable ones that are attempting to do things the right way. Growing up here in Kona and on a small coffee and macadamia farm, I can definitely relate to needing to think outside of the box to make sure that ends meet, all while giving back to the community and being mindful of those around you. As we have heard many testimonies thus far, weddings and events are just about the venue. They do employ a lot of people, and Kate and Doug go above and beyond to make sure that relate to needing to think outside of the box to make sure that ends meet, all while giving back to the community and being mindful of those around you. I hear an echo.
As we've heard
Yes.
many testimonies thus far, weddings and events are just about the venue. They do employ a lot of people, and Kate and Doug go above and beyond to make sure that to needing to think outside of the box.
So I'm here. Wait.
That's interesting.
I'm not sure what that was.
Yeah. If you could summarize, appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead.
You don't want me to just keep going?
We'll try and see if that continues or not. I don't know where your time is.
I just wanted to say that, as we've heard before, weddings and events not only do employ a lot of people, but Kate and Doug really do go above and beyond to take care of not only their couples, but their vendors as well. Doug and Kate are not just caring business owners, but they're generous and always willing to lend a hand to local businesses and nonprofits, no matter what they have going on in their lives. I had a last minute need for chairs last year, and I don't know what I would have done if it weren't for Kate and Doug. And like I said, being a part of the event industry, we definitely have a need for more venues like Sunshine Farms, especially ones that are trying to do things here in our community and take care of our INA the right way. So I do hope that you consider approving this special permit for them and for our community. Thank you very much for your time. Aloha.
Thank you, Allie. Any questions for Ms. Brown? All right. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Moving on to Lila Ma.
Hi.
Lila. Hi, how are you?
Good. Thank you.
All right, so you're going to provide your own testimony and then you'll provide additional testimony representing someone else. So we'll start with yours, please. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Lila Ma, and I'm the owner of Lalamigo Floral Designs. I've worked with Kate and Doug for 3 years now. I'm in overwhelming support of them getting this permit because this permit will directly affect my business as I'm a florist at their venue. I am a native Hawaiian and a mother of 2 children. I'm a single parent, so Kate had taken me on to her team and allowed me to be a part of her team as a florist since the beginning. She allows me to still be a farmer and a florist at the same time and a mother. With the income that I have made from her business, I have been able to support myself and my family. And I've also been able to continue farming. So with that, they've just been trying to find ways to make ends meet because as a farmer, I know how hard it is to pay your bills and farm and make sure that everything is covered. And here they are trying to be in the right and get all their permits done and make sure that they are dotting all their I's and crossing all their T's. I've worked there for 3 years, as I said, and we haven't had any complaints about any of the events that we have put on. I drive up and down that road a couple times a week, usually when we have events, and I have never run into any problems with any of the other residents on the road. We all are courteous to each other, and we pull over on the side and we give each other right away as things are needed. I don't know what else to say.
And they support a lot of businesses.
They support a lot of local businesses. It's not just myself. There's other florists, other caterers, event coordinators, photographers. The list goes on and on. And, you know, they have put in to place a lot of, what do they call it? Plans as far as the road goes, so that we are in compliance with everybody there and we are courteous and we would be sharing the road. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Commissioner Van Pernis.
That's Miss Ma. Miss Ma, you say you've been up and down there over 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
You drive Mama Hoa to get there?
Yes. I live in Female and I drive. I commute to come out there. So I drive.
And if you've been up and down there 3 years and I'm Mama Hoa, where is the closest fire hydrant?
The closest fire hydrant? I'm not sure.
Do you know whether there's any fire hydrants on the road?
I'm pretty sure that there are fire hydrants along Holualoa Drive, but I'm not sure as far as Waiono Ranch Road.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect the testifier to know the answer to that question. Mr. Kern? Go ahead.
It's quite challenging.
Zendo, could you turn your camera off maybe? I understand.
It's quite challenging. Just doesn't seem right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Lila, would you like to go ahead and give your testimony representing Kylie Kelson?
Sure. Okay. So I have her testimony right here.
Just look up so you see that the timing that Tracy will show you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Kylie Kelson, and I am writing this testimony to show my overwhelming support for Kate Hickey's Sunshine Farms and their venue expansion. A little about me. I am a mother of 2 young daughters, a native Hawaiian, and a business owner. I own a small lei-making floral studio here in Kona called Hakus by Kai. I rely heavily on the wedding industry to keep my business afloat and to put food on the table. Sunshine Farms has been an integral part of keeping my business alive and well. I am in full support of their decision to expand, as the expansion will support the growth of my business and many other businesses here on the island. Since COVID-19, things have drastically slowed down and it has been a struggle to make ends meet, which I know has been the same for about everyone else on island. But I think especially for the wedding industry, since we really do depend so greatly on not just tourism, but large gatherings in general, I believe 100% that the expansion of Sunshine Farms will help bring some money back into our local economy and bring back life to the wedding industry here on Big Island. The amount of beautiful venues in Kona that can hold 100+ people are slim to none. We are in dire need for more
So how are you doing, Barbara?
I'm doing good. Is this a usual amount of testimony or a lot?
No, this is an extraordinary amount of testimony. So we're trying to get through it best we can. It's, you know, this number is a lot easier in person than virtual. But
well, you're doing a great job. I'm marveling how well you're handling it.
Thank you.
Yeah, like
we'll
I
see.
said, I'm probably not going to say a whole lot because I have to really figure my way to understand what.
That's fine. Yeah.
I bet the less questioning today, the better, when there's so much. So what happens if we take another hour?
Let's call this meeting back to order, and if the testifiers could please turn your cameras on at this point. You can stay muted, please. Becky, can you mute, please?
Yes. Sorry.
So I see Brianne. Is that how you say your name, Brianne?
Yeah, it's Brianne.
Okay. Brianne, thank you. And Matt should be here, Pam and Wendy. I could just see all your faces, please. Pam, Matt. There's Wendy. Okay, if there's any other testifiers that are in the room right now, can you turn on your camera or speak up to me in case I don't see you, but you're there? Okay, let's go with you four.
Nancy,
right now.
Nancy.
Yes.
This is Michelle. Can you hang on one moment? I gotta.
Absolutely.
I'm trying to get YouTube back up.
Okay. Stand by, folks. Thanks.
I have a question.
Sure. Who's that?
This is Deborah Green. I've been having a lot of trouble getting into the system. Could you please tell me what agenda item you're on?
Sorry, Deborah, we're still on agenda item number 1.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh.
Jay, are you on?
Hi, Nancy. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Okay. Nancy, you can go forward.
Oh, Nancy, I can hear you.
You're muted, Nancy.
Oh, shoot. Sorry. I was asking Jay if I need to do the testifiers that didn't get recorded first, or if we can go ahead and proceed with the testifiers we have in front of us.
Hi, Nancy. We can take the testifiers that we have before us now in the interest of time, as long as we go back and redo the testifiers that were not recorded.
All right, very good. Are you working on that, Rochelle? She's probably-
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. All right. All right, so we will proceed with you for, please raise your right hand. Wendy, please raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth before the Leeward Planning Commission? You nod. Thank you. All right, we want to be respectful of your testimony, but I just ask if you're repeating things that we've already heard, maybe try to limit that a little bit. And we will begin with Wendy, please. You could go ahead, unmute yourself, and then your 3 minutes will begin. Thank you. Where'd you go?
I think she may have turned off her video and not on the volume.
Both of them are still off. Wendy, if you're there, can you turn on your video or at least on your turn on your volume? You're still muted. There you go.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, my name's Wendy Mitchell, and I live up in Wyono Meadows, just below the Hickeys property. My family's lived up here since 2005. We weren't aware that the Hickeys had been operating a wedding venue business out of their home since 2017. We'd hear voices and singing and music and assumed they were just social people who liked to party. And we never talked to them about it or complained when it did bother us. We were just wanted to be good neighbors. I helped create the petition that hopefully you've all reviewed. I'm the person who sent it out to all the homeowners known to us who access their property via Wyono Ranch Road. We felt it important to notify those who'd be directly impacted should the Hickeys be granted the special use permit. By our own unofficial and unconfirmed account, there appear to be 31 parcels of land, the largest being Palani Ranch. Nearly every property owner contacted signed the petition requesting the SUP be denied, and many added comments as well. 36 people, all of whom have a legal easement to use Wyono Road, signed it. I've come to learn the Hickeys submitted numerous letters in favor of their SUP, but it's important to note none of them appear to be property owners on our road. Most appear to be potential vendors who'd financially benefit from the lucrative parties. It's crucial you understand the road is a substandard, unmaintained, dangerous single-lane farm road. On several occasions, most years, Wyono Road up to my property, as well as the Hickeys, becomes a danger to cross due to heavy flooding. During those times, I've been forced to turn around and wait till the raging subsides and is safe to cross. Many of us are greatly concerned of potential lawsuits from inebriated partygoers using our road. I believe it's fair to say that anybody who's driven up and down Wyono Road becomes well aware of its deficiencies and hazards. I was involved in an accident on the road back in late February of this year. My car was hit and damaged by a motorcycle operated by a 16-year-old unlicensed, uninsured driver who was packing another minor age passenger. They were speeding downhill around a very dangerous curve in the road. Fortunately, they weren't seriously injured. But I know for a fact there's been other accidents and many near misses on the road. The rule relating to SUPs required that desired use not adversely affect surrounding properties. The Hickeys' contention that they'll mitigate the noise from upwards of 125 partygoers by containing them inside a building and closing the doors and windows is just not realistic. Who'll enforce those rules? Other concerning adverse effects include concerns over light pollution, property values, and liability issues.
I'm sorry, your 3 minutes is up.
Okay, thank you very much.
Questions from the commissioners for Ms. Mitchell? Commissioner Newberg?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mrs. Mitchell, for being present.
I know this may be late, as we've already had one homeowner that's testified, to my knowledge, besides. I don't know if it'd be proper to for 5 minutes to those who actually live on Wyono Road. That aside, Ms. Mitchell, did you mention that of the 16 properties involved on this road, that all 16 signed your petition?
I said we had 36 landowners sign the petition. We did not have necessarily everybody's contact information and names of the parcels. So I don't know, I was able to send it out to everybody. Some people may have gotten it and not responded, or I may have had information that was outdated and that they never received it. But we did receive 36 signatures on that petition of property owners who have a legal easement on Wyono Ranch Road.
Thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Commissioner Van Pernis?
Ms. Mitchell, if there was to be liability for some problem or accident on the road, on my own road, who is liable for it, if you know?
Okay, I would say as it's been pointed out, there is no homeowners association, no road maintenance agreement. We're all individual targets. And I believe this is a reason that a lot of people, property owners, did not want to form an association, because then there would be one target for a road that we all know is inadequate and substandard.
And if if among the hundreds of people coming to the wedding venue, there was an injury on the road or on the way up or down the road, who is liable in your experience?
It's a private road, so I'm not sure. I know it's not a county road. I would say they'd have to sue everybody, or else if it was a party goer, I would imagine they'd sue the Hickeys. I don't know. I think I just can't fully answer that question. I'm sorry.
And having lived there as long as you have, where is the closest fire hydrant or other fire facility?
I've never seen a fire hydrant up there, Commissioner.
Have you seen any on Mamalahoa?
You know, I'm not sure.
That's okay. When you're not expected to know exactly where the fire hydrants are, you don't need to answer that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Vatusik?
Have you had any discussions with the Hickeys about this?
No, we have not, since this all came to light. They did pass around to many of the property owners, I'm told. I know we received one, and the Parkers and the Grossmans and Pattersons and others, a basket that Kate or somebody delivered to homes with some goodies in there and letters introducing their desire to have this wedding venue business, and from many of the potential vendors in favor of it. And we were asked to contact them if we have any questions or discussions. And frankly, we didn't. We were part of the CPR, the 80 acre that had been CPR'd into 4 parcels, and the other CPR unit owners and ourselves got together to discuss it and see how we felt about this. So we never did. It seemed so blown out to us. We were just amazed and appalled that this was being introduced. And we didn't even know there'd been that wedding venue business. I don't go out late at night, so I really wouldn't encounter all that traffic to know what happens at 10 p.m. when all the cars go down the hill and this and that. A friend of mine, my next door neighbor, who told me she had encountered it one time and had to pull over, and there were 18 vehicles. She had to wait till they went down the road as she was pulled over on one of the unmaintained shoulders, or not shoulder, a grassy area. 18 cars.
Right. Would you guys, be willing to sit down with them in some capacity and try to work out a way of accommodating everybody's interests?
I believe it wouldn't just be good enough for myself and my family to do that. I think in light of the fact that 36 property owners all signed that petition, that's a lot of people who feel very strongly about it and all agree the road just cannot accept that sort of traffic. It's just, if you've ever been up there, you would know exactly what we're all talking about. It's so apparent.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, Wendy, I was curious myself regarding all the people that signed your petition. Aren't those folks interested in improving the road? Is there any reason why you folks haven't come to a mutual road maintenance agreement?
I'd say financially, that takes a lot of money. And some people just aren't willing to put in the money. And other people don't want to absorb what would be their share of a road, of the road maintenance. Farmers seem to be okay with it.
Okay. And my second question was, are you aware of any other commercial ventures going on up Wyono Road?
No, I'm not. I'm not aware of any others.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate the testimony and being here today.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to Pam Parker. Are you still? You are?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Nice to see you. Please.
I know, I did mute. Okay.
Please go ahead with
Sorry.
your testimony, Pam. Go ahead, Pam.
Yeah. Okay, I'm Pam Parker, and I am a member of the Greener Pastures Partnership. I own the 20 acres on the north side of. Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I think so. Go ahead. Go ahead and try. You may cut out a little bit, but let's give it a shot. Go ahead.
Do you want me to try? Okay, okay. I am a member of the Greener Pastures Partners. I have 20 acres on the north side of Doug and Kate. We share a driveway. Is this working?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah.
It's working from what I'm seeing, so please go ahead.
Okay. Whatever I've said is replaying. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now, and I heard you before. You might try turning off your camera, and let's see if that helps your bandwidth at all. Maya, what do you know?
It's possible if Pam is watching YouTube at the same time, she's hearing an echo or repeat.
Are you, Pam?
So she might want to stop her YouTube.
Are you watching the YouTube?
It may have been in the back. It may
Okay,
have been
if
in
you
the
can
back.
find that and close it, please.
Yeah, okay, it's closed. We good?
Yep, go ahead.
No.
Pam, we can hear you, so go ahead. Tracy, you can start her now. Go ahead, Pam, please speak.
Okay, so sorry, there was an echo. Again, I am I'm Pam Parker, a member of the Greener Pastures Partners. I'm on the north side of the Hickeys. We share a driveway. I've submitted my written testimony that does highlight the fact that I've been in the wedding business. I love weddings. I was a wedding photographer. I would not be one to complain about weddings. But this special use request is a whole different ballgame. We're talking major traffic on our substandard road. All the vendors, I mean, my heart breaks for all of the small businesses right now because of COVID and other reasons. But this, I believe, would be disastrous to the community of Malka, Holualoa, mainly because of the road. I don't need to extrapolate more on that. I think it's pretty clear for those who are looking at that piece of it. We've heard the weddings. I knew they were weddings. My primary residence is not in Waiano, so I didn't feel I would complain about something like that. However, once again, this venue proposal is completely different, and I think that it would be a hazard to the community for the people who traverse up there for weddings. It's been a hazard. Fortunately, nobody's been hurt. There are accidents on those roads, on that road, I should say, and anyway, I strongly oppose this request. I think it's dangerous, and I can't imagine the Leeward Planning Commission approving it.
Very good, thank you, Pam. Any questions from commissioners? Ms. Parker? Very good, thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, Matt Chalker, you're next.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Okay,
Thank
yeah,
you
we're good.
for your patience.
Of course.
You may proceed with your testimony, please.
Lovely. So I support strongly Doug and Kate's application for all of the reasons that have been gone over in great detail up to this point. But I'm going to take a giant step back, and I'm gonna have a different point of view on things. I've been incredibly disappointed listening to this set of testimonies because obviously it is very important for the business community, for diversity, for expanding things here on the island. But it appears to me as this is my first instance becoming introduced to the entire planning commission process. It seems obvious to me that the entire planning commission is dead set against doing this initially. And there have been incredibly leading questions that have been attacking the testifiers that are in support of the project and that are trying to support and actively lead on the people who are opposed to the project. So I wish that we could be more neutral in it. And to take a further step back, I think there's always a reason to say no. We can always come up with reasons to not do something. And NIMBYism in general, not in my backyard, the process of saying, hey, I don't want this new thing being built is destroying this country. I really genuinely believe it. It is making the rich richer, and it is making the poor struggle harder. It is a disaster in San Francisco Bay Area, and it is a disaster here right now. This is a group of people that are trying to expand out the business community, or trying to bring people into the island, and we're sitting here nitpicking over the fire hydrants. They don't need to worry about the fire hydrants. They have a fire suppression system built in on the farm. We're trying to find a reason to say no when we should be trying to find a reason to say yes. And I can't think of a better group of people to try and expand out the aloha and the love for the island than Doug and Kate, who are really trying to work hard and build a farm, as compared to many of their neighbors who are generally rich retirees who don't actually use their land for agricultural purposes. So if we're going to sit here and attack Doug and Kate for trying to expand their business and try and use the land to be able to do new things, we should also be questioning the motives of the people who don't use the land, who are just sitting on it because they have money. And I think that that's really, really hurtful to these small business owners who are trying to make it work. But if we're just going to say no to everything, why even have a planning commission? Why not just have a executioner squad that's going to shut off everything new and just leave it be the way it always has been? So I support it. I know I'm spitting a little bit of hot fire, and that's it. If anyone has any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Matt. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Chalker? I see none. So thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Chalker. All right. Brian, you are up next. Brian Limani.
Hi.
You are going to testify on behalf of yourself to begin with, and then you're going to represent two other people after that, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You can go ahead with your testimony, please.
Okay. So I'm Brianne. I'm a local business owner and entrepreneur. I'm speaking in support of Kate and Doug because they've done so much to support all of us. I know it's been mentioned earlier, but Kate helps host monthly meetings for small business owners, and she's helped my business in so many ways, both in and out of these meetings. And I know that she's also helped many others in building their businesses also. She really wants to see people in her community succeed, and she goes the extra mile to help make that happen. So, for example, like when COVID came, Kate and Doug offered all of us jobs at the farm if anybody needed extra money. Also, anytime my business is slow, she gives me the opportunity to work some shifts at the weddings, which I've done several times and can attest how special they are for everybody who attends. So these are just some examples, but it's evident how much they actually care about their community. And I believe their community involvement is an extremely valuable asset to all of us. And I can honestly say I wouldn't be where I am today without all of her help. So you can see by the sheer number of testifiers how many people respect Kate and Doug. And I applaud them for going about this the hard, very hard, but legal way. I think it sets an example for all of us that have been on this call. And I hope that you don't punish them for trying to do the right thing. So therefore, I ask that you support them like they have supported all of us. From the testimonies here, you've seen how many people are really relying on this venue. You've heard how they're using it to depend on their business and feed their families. So to me, it seems pretty crushing that something as trivial as traffic or road inconvenience could prevent it from coming to fruition. I've heard a lot of these, and it's kind of almost infuriating to hear some of the neighbors. I can understand that the increased traffic might be a bit of an inconvenience, but I know how respectful Kate and Doug are about this entire process, and I know that they would do everything in their power to make this as easy as transition as possible. And so I'm in full support of them, and really hope to see it work out.
Very good. Thank you. Are there any questions for Brianne, commissioners? Seeing none, could you please go ahead with your testimony representing Aranda Gillum?
All right. So this is for Aranda. Aloha, my name is Aranda Gillum, and I was an employee of the Sunshowers for the last year before recently leaving to pursue a career in nursing. My job at Sunshower was primarily animal care, but I also worked as a staff at a number of the events and weddings. I'm in full support of this new venue and was hoping to continue to work events periodically to help pay my way through school. Doug and Kate are good community members and farmers who deserve the commission's help. I have seen examples of this firsthand when they have taken in stray and needy farm animals with nowhere else to go. And despite the animals not being a profitable part of their business, they pay for feed and their health expenses. When the volcano was erupting, Doug and Kate took an entire herd of sheep from another farmer in Puna because ash had covered their pasture. This is just one example of how they are active and essential farmers in the community. I feel proud to be working weddings with so much respect for the island. Being a farmer, you are always looking for more avenues to make money because it is so hard to make ends meet. This commission should be doing everything in its power to help farmers like Kate and Doug and should approve their permit. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Now you can proceed with your testimony representing Madeline Short and Malia Marks.
All right. Aloha. Our names are Madeline Short and Malia Marks, and we are stylists at Beauty Luxe Salon in Kona. We both have been working in the wedding industry for decades and can tell you from experience how hard we have been hit by the COVID pandemic. An entire year of weddings have been postponed and canceled, and all vendors, ourselves included, have felt the financial impacts of that loss. Venues like Sunshower Farms are essential to reviving our industry and providing jobs for many. Furthermore, Sunshower is unlike any other venue on our island. Unlike the hotels, they are so careful to support local businesses through their vendor recommendations, which should be apparent based on this outpouring of support. Please support them like they have supported so many of us. We read in the paper this morning that the planning department gave this permit a negative recommendation, and we were shocked. Businesses like Sunshower, who are trying their best to follow the rules and contribute to our local community, should receive the county's help as much as possible. The county could surely find solutions to any issues with Sunshower's application if they would just try. This is too important, just so many of us, to tie it up in bureaucracy until Sunshower gives up or runs out of money. Please do the right thing for our island and approve this permit. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all of that testimony. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right. Rochelle, do we have any of the other folks, before we go back to Lila, do we have Leilani, Jamie, Johan, or Chris?
I don't think so. I'm trying to locate them. No.
Okay. All right. So we will go back to Lila right now. Hi, Lila, again.
Hi, am I just reading Kylie's statement?
If I think that I don't know exactly where it dropped off, whether it was yours or when you were reading Kylie's. So
we got hers. We got Lila's.
You did get Lila's. Okay. All right. Yes. Then go ahead and read the testimony from your friend, please. And thank you for being back here. And you were already sworn in, so I'm comfortable with that. Go ahead.
I'll start now. Aloha kako, my name is Kylie Kelson, and I am writing this testimony to show my overwhelming support for Kate Hickey, Sunshine Farms, and their venue expansion. A little about me. I am a mother of 2 young daughters, a native Hawaiian, and a business owner. I own a small lake-making floral studio here in Kona called Haku's by Kai. I rely heavily on the wedding industry to keep my business afloat and to put food on the table. Sunshine Farms has been an integral part of keeping my business alive and well, and I am in full support of their decision to expand, as the expansion will support growth in my business and many other businesses here on island. Since COVID, things have drastically slowed down, and it's been a struggle to make ends meet, which I know has been the same for just about everyone else on island. But I think especially for the wedding industry, since we really do depend so greatly not on tourism, but large gatherings in general. I believe 100% that the expansion of Sunshine Farms will help bring some money back into our local economy and bring life back to the wedding industry here on Big Island. The amount of beautiful venues in Kona that can hold 100+ people are slim to none. We are in dire need for more, and Sunshine Farms recognizes the need and is trying to provide this to our community the right way by getting this permit. Lastly, I have driven up to Sunshine Farms many times, both as a vendor and a guest of an event, and I have never had any issues with making it up or down the narrow road. And I've always gotten a smile and a shaka from neighbors as we pass each other going up and down. I honestly don't see any reasons to withhold granting Sunshine Farms its permit. Kate and Doug are great people trying to breathe life into our Kona community by providing a service that is much needed. My family and my business are counting on this permit approval. Please take that into consideration. Mahalo piha, Kylie Kelson.
Thank you, Lila.
And then I have my mom here.
Okay.
I'm from the farm.
Good. And there you are. All right. Donna, Ma, if you could please give us your testimony.
Okay, I just wanted to say, the co-owner of J&D Farm. I've been farming in Waimea for 37 years, and it's not easy for them to think of diversifying and having this venue to help support their farm is awesome, because their farm is exactly that. They mostly farm, and I've known them since they first started, and they struggled. They came to the Keoho Farmers Market and they hung in there. And, I think there's a lot of vendors that are counting on them making it through this process. And I know that they'll accommodate whatever needs need to be met. That's the difference. And they've been accommodating. So honestly, I don't see any real problem in this, and I've seen a lot of illegal activities on ag land. And my question to those that are against this is, how many of them actually farm? How many of them farm full time? Because it's not easy, and you have to be progressive and adapt to the needs of what your farm needs. And I think this is one of the ways. So yeah, so thank you for your time, and I'm glad I could make it back in time to retestify. It's been a circus today, but
Thank you very much, Donna. Appreciate it. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming back. All right, so I don't think Michael Bell or Kelly Johnson are back. Is that correct, Rochelle?
I'm back. Kelly
Kelly's
Johnson's
here.
back.
There you are. Thank you, Kelly, for coming back.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it.
I
Yeah,
already ditched
sorry
my
about-
notes, but if I can ad lib it.
Sure. Sorry, the YouTube just it went off for a while, so we just need you to give us an idea of what your position is here. Go ahead.
Okay. We have been farming in Kona for more than 30 years now. We've always played by the rules of the road. I think the biggest concern is the vibe of the neighborhood, essentially. It's a very small road. It's essentially a shared driveway. That Waiona Ranch Road is a private driveway that doesn't have any kind of a maintenance agreement on it and is a shared resource with all of the neighbors in Waiona Meadows. It's only 10 feet wide at certain parts. All of the residents know the quirks of the road, the various blind spots, narrow corridors. To add 250 automobiles or trucks every single week, in addition to all the support services that a wedding venue of that magnitude may need, is just it's an incredible amount of traffic, consumer traffic that's going into a place that's zoned strictly for agricultural use. The fact that other people do illegal operations on agricultural land has nothing to do with this whatsoever. I mean, this is about setting a precedent. If you allow this to go forward, that means that every farm up there will be able to have a wedding venue or a circus or any other kind of retail activity, and that's not what it was zoned for. There is a wedding venue right across the street. At the bottom of our farm is the Mamalahoa Highway. Every single car that goes up that road passes our farm. Right across the road is a beautiful wedding venue, the Holualoa Inn. I've been there. I've seen it myself. I don't see any lack of ability. I'm not trying to deprive anyone of their economic opportunities. I'm simply saying that this is specified an agricultural community, and I'd like to see it maintained that way. If I, as a property owner, I really am concerned about the safety issues, the owner's liability issues. If a wreck happens on that road, we don't even know whose liability it is. when the road gets potholes and gets washed out, the residents have to come to the rescue and fill the potholes. It's not like the county does that for us. I don't even know if emergency services can get to the top of that hill. I just don't think it's an appropriate venue for a commercial operation of that magnitude. Thank you very much for your reconsideration, and I'm genuinely grateful that you are listening to a wide range of opinions on the matter, but I just don't think you can sanction that kind of activity.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Appreciate you coming back and joining us.
For letting me.
Yeah, thank you.
Not as eloquent, but
Commissioner Newberg?
Just quickly, I think Mr. Vitusik had an interesting and poignant question, and maybe we can come back to all the homeowners that may not be still present after testifying to just ask and see as a matter of conversation if they're willing to sit down and speak with the Hickeys regarding this matter. Thank you.
Did you want to respond, Kelly?
I'm happy to sit down and speak with anyone.
Okay.
Open dialogue is always the best course of action.
Sure. All right, thank you very much. I keep losing you, Mr. Vitusik. Hi, Pamela. Do you mind dropping off the call, please, so that we have more room for other windows? You just have to close the red circle with the X in it. If you can leave the call, Pamela Parker, please. Thank you. All right. So I will just make note of the one other testimony that may not have been recorded was Michael Bell, who was in favor of the special permit. And I think that catches us up to date. And Amber Haley, are you back with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Amber.
Hi.
I swore you in earlier. Do you still swear to tell the truth before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I do. I will tell the truth.
Okay, very good. I know that you have written testimony that you're going to read from several people.
Yes.
So I just ask you to be as brief as you can, just with consideration of where we are at this point. So I believe you're going to begin with Ali Dove.
I'm actually beginning with Chris Adair, but I can switch the order that Rochelle gave me if that's what you want.
Oh, you're doing Chris Adair? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Aloha, my name is Chris Adair, and I'm a local coffee farmer in Holualoa. It is so hard to make it as a farmer during the best of times, much less now with the pandemic. The Commission should not limit the ways in which farmers are able to support themselves unless it harms the land or the community, of which this application does neither. Sunshine Farms is a model for sustainable agriculture. Sustainable farming is not profitable, but they are supporting their mission through a second income stream, which is something this Commission should wholeheartedly support. And permit hearings in the first place is so that a body of local community members can understand all facets of a request before making a decision. I sincerely hope that you will take my testimony and all of this community testimony to heart and vote to approve Sunshine Farms application. Their farm is a community treasure, and losing it would be a loss for us all. In a year with so many losses, please do not face us with another one. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead with Ali Dove.
Okay, Ali Dove. Aloha, Hawaii County Planning Commission. My name is Ali Dove, and my business is Ali Dove Photography based in Kona, Hawaii. I support Sunshower Farms LLC's application for a special use permit for a wedding venue because it attracts clients for local businesses like mine. As a former employee at Sunshower Farms, I gained experience in the wedding industry and learned what it takes to run a small business in Hawaii as an assistant coordinator for Kate Hickey. I was then able to start my own business photographing small weddings here on the island. Sunshower Farms not only helps bring clients to local businesses like mine, but Kate and the Sunshower team truly want other local businesses to succeed. Having worked with Kate, I've seen her go above and beyond to mentor other small business owners as she prioritizes the hiring of local vendors. From the florists to the caterers to the musicians and officiants, Sunshower Farms supports local farms and small business owners here on the island. In doing so, they provide their clients a holistic experience uniquely tailored to their couples while helping them experience the aloha spirit here in Hawaii. I also support Sunshower Farms venue because it attracts both local and destination wedding clients. Most of my clients are interested in a venue where they can have a smaller, more intimate wedding with family and friends rather than a large wedding at a resort. Sunshower Farms is the perfect venue for these clients, and it can fit a variety of budgets for couples looking to get married in Hawaii. They are also using sustainable practices in both their farming and event planning, which is an important value to many of my clients. Kate and the Sunshower team truly care for their clients as well as the local vendors they host at their venue. I fully support their application for a special use permit.
Very good. Thank you. Now your testimony for Ann Ferguson.
All right, Ann Ferguson. Aloha, Hawaii County Planning Commission. My name is Ann Ferguson and my business is Ann Ferguson Photography LLC based in Waikoloa, Hawaii. I have been a wedding photographer on the Big Island for the past 4 years. I support Sunshower Farms' application for a special use permit. I think they provide a valuable and beautiful space for both destination and local weddings on the island. Wedding venues are an important part of my business and as a wedding and elopement photographer. Wedding location is a major decision factor for weddings and events. Sunshower Farms provides an amazing location for weddings in Kona, especially for couples looking for wedding venues beyond the hotels and beachfront homes. They have hosted many weddings with rave reviews supporting their impeccable service. More importantly, more wedding venues or increased wedding and event capacity for venues on the Big Island translate to more revenue for many vendors who are currently facing unprecedented financial struggles. Sunshower Farms also offers an affordable wedding venue on the island, particularly for local weddings. With the widespread financial effects of COVID-19, local couples need more venues that can meet their needs going forward. Lastly, Sunshower Farms values sustainability. I am so excited that the proposed new venue is designed to be carbon neutral. That combined with their other sustainability initiatives are so important for our island now more than ever. This commission should be doing everything they can to support and protect businesses on the island who are voluntarily undertaking sustainability initiatives. For all these reasons, I fully support the special use permit.
Very good. Thank you. I believe you will now read the testimony of Carly Austria.
Carly Austria. My name is Carly Austria and I'm a local resident and small business owner. I support Sunshower Farms special use permit for a wedding venue. As a business owner in the wedding industry, first as a creative assistant and now as a photographer, I've experienced firsthand all the jobs a wedding venue creates for our local economy, as well as the money it brings into the state and county. As we've quickly learned from COVID-19, it's extremely important to stimulate our local economy, and a huge contributor to our local economy is small business. Sunshower Farms provides work to many farm employees, as well as other small business owners, such as freelance photographers like myself, hair and makeup artists, florists, bakers, caterers, officiants, musicians, and on and on and on. Doug and Kate are amazing community members who should be supported by this commission. Please do the right thing and give them a permit to continue contributing to our island economy and our wedding community for years to come. Mahalo, Carly Austria.
Thank you. Next is the testimony of Sarah Gaiman.
Sarah Gaiman. My name is Sarah Gaiman and I'm the owner of Sarah Gaiman Photography. I have photographed a number of I love it there. I cannot imagine not having Sunshower as an option for weddings in the future. It would be a huge loss to our community. Because of our limited amount of wedding venues on the Big Island, I love being able to confidently recommend such a beautiful, unique coffee farm venue to my clients. It's intimate, unique, and gives visitors a chance to see another side of what our great state of Hawaii has to offer. And Sunshower Farms and all of their staff do a beautiful, respectful job at giving that experience to their clients. Plus, their prices are actually affordable and reasonable for couples coming from all over and for local couples too. Affordability is one of the missions of their business, which I probably do not need to tell you is something that is not very unique to the wedding industry, or something that is very unique to the wedding industry. I love working with Kate for so many reasons. She cares so much for local vendor community and is thinking of others so often. When I moved to the island 2 years ago, she welcomed me. She did not withhold knowledge. She showed kindness, gave me fruit from her farm whenever I went to visit, and the list goes on. She thinks local, she acts local, her impact is local. Doug and Kate are respectful to the land of Hawaii. They care for their land, for their animals, for their people. I've met and worked with their employees. They are happy, supported, and enjoy their jobs. Doug and Kate truly do care for their people and their local community, and it starts right there on their farm, and the aloha flows out. Please lend an ear to all of the stories and all of the testimonies today about all the good that comes from Sunshine Farms. Our highest hopes and prayers are that it will remain open for weddings and that it will continue to be a farm that brings business, blessings, and aloha to the Big Island community. God bless you and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next would be the testimony of Kristen Bradish.
Aloha, my name is Kristen Bradish and I am a local resident. I worked for Sunshower Farms in 2016 doing farm work, mostly vegetable gardening and animal care. During my time there, Kate and Doug were struggling to make ends meet. The year I worked for them, I think they had 4 or 5 different agricultural businesses going on at once. From farmers markets to large-scale vegetable production to microgreens to coffee, and it was still a struggle. I was present for their first event ever, a farm-to-table dinner that a local chef hosted at the farm. And even from that first event, we all knew that Sunshower was a special venue. Ever since then, I have dreamt of one day having my own wedding at Sunshower. They truly offer something unique to our community, both setting and through their sustainability efforts. I have always been a little wary of weddings because they are so expensive and often so wasteful for just one party. But Sunshower's events are different. Their commitment to affordability for Kama'aina, creating as little waste as possible, and carbon neutrality are what I want for my wedding. Really, it's what I want for our island and what we should be encouraging in all of our local businesses. Now, I understand that some of the neighboring properties are in opposition to this project, and I do understand their worry. They don't want any changes near their homes, and they do not want any more traffic on their road. But quite frankly, I feel like the good of this project far outweighs these potential impacts. And these potential impacts are overblown at best or just complete fabrications at work. Last 3 years, Sunshower has been operating as a venue and there has never been a complaint before. Their suggestion to limit the traffic to 20 vehicles per event and a max of 100 events per year is at its maximum only an extra 2,000 cars over an entire year. Finally, it should not be lost on you that Sunshower could have just continued to violate their zoning indefinitely, and they made the right choice voluntarily and without prompt. I urge you to strongly take into consideration the impact of denying this application and would be encouragement to other farms to remain in violation of their zoning rather than just come into compliance. There are many ag zone properties on this island that violate their zoning in the same way, and denying an applicant who's trying to go about everything legally would only create incentive to other farms to not be transparent and to run under the table for-profit venues on agricultural property. Mahalo for your consideration.
Thank you. I'm sorry, was that Kristen or Becky?
That last one was Kristen.
Okay. All right, so the next testimony is from Becky Ringler.
Yes. Becky Ringler, I have known of Kate Hickey and Sunshower Farms in a professional capacity for several years, getting to know her and her work and her mission well through a professional organization we belong to together. What Kate and her husband Doug do for the larger community and specifically for the wedding community are so important, and I hope you will take the following into consideration today. I have owned and operated a beach wedding business here in Kona for more than 5.5 years now. And although I primarily plan and officiate weddings down at the beach, I do help couples plan and coordinate intimate weddings up and down the coast. And I can tell you from experience, there are almost no wedding venues set up for small. And other than private rental homes or 1 or 2 restaurants at the beach, there are only a handful of venues, many of whom are operating in violation of their zoning, that serve smaller parties that are not right at the beach. Sunshower Farms not only fills that small venue hole, but it also provides an affordable and beautiful option for couples, both local and from off island. The kind of venue they provide is something that is desperately needed here, even more so now that COVID-19 has changed the landscape of how weddings will be in the foreseeable future, offering the ability for couples to have a smaller wedding but still get the benefits of an actual wedding venue. On top of providing a venue for couples, Sunshine Farms is also a supporter of the local economy. They employ permanent local employees as well as hire a number of freelancers in the wedding community, many of whom I work with on a regular basis: photographers, officiants, planners, caterers, and they, as a farm, have gone above and beyond to try and keep their workers employed through this COVID-19 crisis, even offering part-time farm jobs to those of us who are wedding vendors and out of work. Speaking of the farm, which is located in an ag zone, is, unlike some of the other neighbors who are in opposition to this permit, an actual working farm, and that is their primary function. And as farmers, they do need other streams of income to be able to support themselves. Offering weddings is a supplement to the farm, and it just provides them extra income while also filling a glaring gap in the venue market here in Kona. Top of all this, both Doug and Kate are spectacular human beings, always willing to jump in and support their local community. It's time we support them as well. So I urge you to consider today that Kate and Doug and Sunshine Farms are critical to the health of both the wedding and farming community and economy, and to approve their permit to not approve it will essentially be punishing them for choosing to voluntarily do the right thing and apply to become a legal venue when there has not been a single complaint filed over the 3 years they had been doing weddings. That's shameful. Please do the right thing and support this community-minded couple by allowing their venue to remain a part of our community. By doing so, you're helping the entire industry as well as helping those that bring light and health into the larger Kona community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Amber. All right, the next testimony will be from Karen Ludon.
My name is Karen Ludon, and my business is Karen Ludon Photography, based in Kailua, Kona, Hawaii. I've lived on the Big Island of Hawaii for 16 years, and I started my small photography business 10 years ago. I support Sunshine Farms special use permit because Sunshine Farms has helped me to support my business for the past 3 years. Sunshine Farms does not collect compensation or commission from me when I work there, like the big chain resorts do, and I pay business tax on my income received from working at Sunshine Farms. The farm contributes to the overall economy on the island, particularly to the Kona area and the town of Holualoa, and offers an alternative type of wedding venue to the big beach resorts on the coast. COVID has hurt so many businesses, including mine, and I think the greatest priority for our county should be supporting any business that's going to help us recover. I hear all this talk nowadays about supporting local business. Well, this is a prime example of a farm and a local wedding business that is surviving, even though they compete with big resort chains. Let's support it. Sunshine Farms is exactly the type of farm that should be on agricultural land and deserves the county's support because it's an actual working farm that is dedicated to agriculture, where the coffee and animals are essential. Some of the neighbors who are opposing this permit are living on land that is also zoned as agricultural land and enjoying all of the benefits of that, including subsidized property taxes. However, they are not farming themselves. Why don't the rules apply to those entitled neighbors? They should be the ones having to defend themselves here. If those in opposition to this permit were actually farming, they might realize just how hard it is to do, and they would empathize a little more with other farmers trying to diversify their income streams, however possible, as Sunshine Farms does with weddings. Supporting farmers in Hawaii means supporting diversification in the farming industry. It's as simple as that. Kate and Doug are valuable contributors to community. They volunteer their time and their knowledge in many ways. Kate leads a networking and discussion group every month that supports local entrepreneurs. They have also encouraged local middle schools and high school kids to visit and learn about the coffee farming process, including seasonality, growth patterns, ripening, harvesting, pruning, orchard maintenance, and pests, including the opportunity to meet and feed, the weed control, which is their herd of sheep and goats. It's clear how much Kate and Doug love and value their land and this island, and they are keeping the Holualoa coffee farming industry alive while sharing it with the community and with their guests. Please consider expediting the special permit process for Sunshine Farms and allow them to host weddings and share their wonderful slice of old Hawaii history with many more guests. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Amber. Next would be the testimony on behalf of Dawn Eicher.
My name is Dawn Eicher, and Amber Haley is reading my testimony in support of Doug and Kate's special use permit. I wish I could have made it in person to the hearing today, but I'm currently homeschooling my kids. And I want to make sure my testimony is heard by the commission in support of this project because it is so very important to me. First of all, a little about me. I am a wedding photographer based in Kailua, Kona, and a busy one at that. I photographed 116 weddings last year, so I'm heavily involved in the wedding industry here in Kona. I can speak from experience that wedding venues here in Kona are in short supply, especially affordable ones. Sunshine Farms is the perfect wedding venue for many reasons. First of all, it offers unique experience of being married on a coffee farm, and there are not very many venues that offer lush surroundings and that immersive experience. And couples who want something other than the beach love this location. It's beautiful, it's quiet, and the perfect spot for a small, intimate wedding. It has a warm, homespun ambiance while being professional and organized. It's been a pleasure working with Kate and Doug, and I hope to continue to do so in the future. As you know, COVID has changed all tourist-based industries, including the large wedding industry. Further disruption to venues would also hinder our industry, including florists, farmers, caterers, videographers, calligraphers, hotels, etc. We must have venues to have our weddings. I personally have weddings at Sunshower on the books that have been postponed due to COVID. Having to face future cancellations is devastating to a small business like mine, especially now. If this venue goes away, I will also not be able to connect with future couples or book future business, which we all desperately need. I depend on referrals. I depend on the size of weddings that Sunshower Farms offers, and would not want to see another source of wedding leads dry up. This has been a devastating year for us. And professionally, I want to see as many options open to us as possible. Having less weddings here in Kona impacts us all, as tourism dollars fund so much of our infrastructure and public funding. We need to protect all main arteries that fuel this industry. We also need to ensure that there are affordable venues for our locals too. Sunshower offers Kama'aina discounts for local couples. Every little bit helps our local community afford a beautiful day. Above and beyond all of this, Kate and Doug are great community members. They truly care about our town and about sustainability. They offer a venue that is environmentally conscious. I love that they make sure all leftover food is composted, and they even bought a special wood chipper so that cardboard and even paper plates and forks would be chipped and used on the farm as mulch. I love that it's an actual working coffee farm. Many people buy parcels of land and only farm a little bit to get the tax break, or they don't even farm at all. Sunshower is a working farm. They sell coffee to wedding guests, which in turn generate more revenue and tax for our state. Venues like this support our economy and create jobs and employ dozens of vendors. We are incredibly grateful for their presence here, and I hope you will grant the proposal. I would love to see Sunshower build a dedicated venue so they could host more events. Although I know their main focus is agriculture, having them be able to expand would be great for everyone here in Kona. Thank you for your time, and please think of the future and the big picture as you make your decision. I know that with any project, you review their pros and cons, but it is clear that the pros far outweigh the cons in this situation.
Thank you. All right. Next, you can read in Kayla Jensen's.
All right. Kayla Jensen. Sunshower Farms is a really special place to me and something I think is really special to our Kona community. I have lived here for 7 years and know Kate and Doug both personally and professionally. I have a full-time job, not in the wedding industry, but in order to make ends meet, I usually have a second and sometimes third job. I served at Holuakoa Cafe before it permanently closed to COVID, and I have worked on and off as a server for private event catering. Though I am friends with Doug and Kate, I have also worked for them a number of times on their wedding staff, and I feel like I can give some insight into their events. Weddings at Sunshower are so special. The space is beautiful due to its natural setting and creates once-in-a-lifetime memories for their guests while also contributing to the whole Kona community. Kate's been so intentional with her collaboration with local vendors, including catering companies, bakeries, florists, and on. And they provide primary and secondary jobs to people who live in our community like me. I know that traffic and parking is a fear for the neighbors and therefore an issue for this permit, but I do not think it should be. Every event I have worked, Kate has been so diligent in making sure the staff carpool and the road is kept clear. She is mindful of any impact on the neighbors and takes care in keeping the noise from the event to a minimum. Overall, I just really support Kate and Doug receiving a permit to continue moving forward with having weddings in this space, because not only does it allow people to have these memories of such a beautiful and special place in Holualoa, but it is also elevating and contributing to our local economy and community in a multitude of ways. Thank you for listening, and I hope you take to heart what a special place and special business is this. Aloha.
Thank you, Amber. All right, next is Kate Linus. Down to 2 for you, I think.
Okay. Kate Linus, I am a resident of Pepeakeo, and I'm also an entrepreneur doing business on the island of Hawaii. Mrs. Hickey and I are members of the same entrepreneur group where we meet regularly to support each other's business and provide information and resources to help each other succeed. I have seen firsthand how much thought and care the Hickeys continually put into their business and farm. I've witnessed the efforts they have made to build their business alongside and with the community, taking into account its role and effects on the environment, other community members, and local businesses. First and foremost, I know that it is their desire to continue building a thriving business that is in alignment with what is best for everyone, and to live and work in a community in which all members feel heard, supported, and respected. Secondly, I strongly believe that this commission and every other body of government and community should be doing everything they can to support small businesses on this island in the wake of the tremendous economic hardships we have recently faced. Farming is not an easy business, especially for small family farms on this island. Recently, I've been volunteering my time and experience as a financial analyst and business consultant with the Business Advisory Services of the Kohala Center. I've become more and more aware just how difficult it is for farmers here to build a financially sustainable business model. So often the ones who are able to succeed at this have done so by finding creative ways to diversify their revenue streams and do so in ways that support other local businesses at the same time. The Hickeys have done just this. It is my observation that the Hickeys have very thoughtfully and thoroughly offered solutions to address every potential objection to this permit being approved, and more so, are willing to continue to address any additional objections brought to their attention. It is entrepreneurs and community members such as the Hickeys that are going to help improve the island economy in the coming years, and I hope that this commission will approve their application so that they may do so. Thank you, Kate Linus.
Thank you. Next is Tracy Gapple.
Tracy Gapple, I humbly ask that you would please consider the approval of Catherine Hickey's permit for the following reasons. I first met her at a community group that was put together to help other creatives in the wedding industry. Catherine, or Kate as we all know her, poured so much of herself into our group, sharing with us above and beyond ideas of how we can all do better and serve people better. Kate is always a people first kind of person and has helped me and others in our group on so many occasions. Kate really does make this a better place by how she helps. I have had the honor of working as a vendor at her property. Kate gave us a glowing recommendation as we were starting out a new venture within our current company. Kate again showed a people-first attitude for everyone involved. She made sure everyone's needs were met and that we were happy as vendors, and the client was very happy with the result. I am grateful to know and work with Kate and look forward to more events on our property with this permit approved.
Very good, thank you. And I believe last testimony that you will read is from Jane and Sarah Morrill.
Okay. This is Jane Morrill, and along with my husband, we are the owners of American Sportsman Series Fishing School here in Kailua Kona. We are always looking for ways to enhance the experiences and economy of our local community. We thoroughly support other local businesses which look to do the same. The Big Island has long been a popular spot for two things, fishing and weddings. We believe that there are more creative and sustainable ways to fulfill these demands for both visitors and Kama'aina alike than what is currently offered. Sunshine Farms has created an organically beautiful and sustainable environment for agriculture, as well as a sacred space for hosting weddings. This business supports many local residents financially and has been a 5-star rated venue for countless weddings and receptions. We fully support Sunshine Farms' application for a special use permit for a wedding venue to enhance their ability to provide their clients, which will be a win-win for the whole community. Our local businesswomen and women have been hit hard here in Hawaii than almost anywhere else in the U.S. Many will not survive. In fact, many have already closed down, which will only further delay our collective economic recovery. It is beyond important to support the local businesses that have shown exceptional strength and fortitude. Sunshine Farms has shown an incredible ability to flex with the demand that this year has brought, and it is in the best interest of us all to see them continue to survive and thrive in the coming year. Mahalo, and that's Jim and Jane Morrill, and if you want, I can move right into Sarah Morrill. My name is Sarah Morrill, and I worked at Sunshine Farms for wedding events and on day-to-day farm tasks before leaving the island to travel in January. I support their application because I truly believe in the work they are doing to empower local businesses and employees and create a truly locally inspired family-run business. Sunshine Farms was an incredibly enjoyable and vibrant place to work. One thing I always appreciated about working directly employees. Loyal to them, she made sure they were taken care of and moreover appreciated. Whether that meant personally packing a to-go piece of wedding cake to make sure every staff member took one home, or ensuring we were compensated for the extra 15 minutes we came in early to set up. Encouraged us taking a break when things got busy, and overall just appreciation for a job well done. Apart from the individuals that Sunshine Farms directly employed, each event supported a number of local vendors, including caterers, musicians, artists, florists, officiants, on and on. I know that Kate has the same kind of loyal personal relationships with most of these vendors. Having worked many events, I know how important it is to Kate and Doug to build a new space for events. They want to have a space designed for weddings, a space that indicates for noise so that they are sure to not disrupt the neighbors, a space that with ADA facilities so that people of all ages and abilities can visit the farm and enjoy the beauty of their venue, a space that complies with all local laws and regulations, something that I know is very important to Kate and Doug. After all, that is why they are applying for this permit. Finally, I hope you will consider that Sunshine Farms is an incredibly important community business and part of the Big Island wedding industry. I hope my testimony, as well as the numerous other testimonies you have heard today, impress upon you how far-reaching the impact of your decision will be. There are so many who depend on Sunshine Farms. That's it.
Thank you very much, Amber. Appreciate you representing all of those folks and providing the testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to, I believe, our last two testifiers. Mr. Patterson, you can turn your camera on, and Claire.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm on audio.
He just has audio,
Okay.
Mr. Patterson.
Okay, just audio. Okay. All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth before the Leeward Planning Commission today?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Patterson, I believe Leilani was planning on testifying, and she's not available, so you're testifying on her behalf. Is that correct?
She's my wife.
Okay. Okay. Joint testimony.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
Okay, I'm an owner up at Wyono Ranch Road. I believe it all comes down to the road. Over the past few years, I put more than 4 tons of asphalt down on the road. I'm the guy that goes down on the road and fills the potholes and make sure the brush sticking out. So, as bad as it is, take some of the hazards away. I see a lot of the people coming up and down the roads. It's not a conducive environment for hauling cattle trailers, horse trailers, and then have people basically maybe from the city areas, things like that, coming up, not being used to a road like that, not really knowing what to do. Downhill traffic has to yield to uphill. People pulling trailers up the hill have cars right behind them. You get off the road and stop, you'll roll back into those people. So even that little thing, what is very unclear to, the majority of people, we have to put signs up so that they can see it and they can read them. I'm not opposed to these people trying to make a living. In fact, I support them. I condone it. But I think they need to think outside the box. I think one of the ways of looking would be Hula Daddy, which is right up the road from them, where they have built their processing plant and a showroom, and they have activities also down on the lower highway. It's been a great investment for them. It's grown double since they bought it, but yet the farm fields up above are just that, farm fields. So they don't have tourist people. They still can sell their coffees. You folks, they could have farm tours, I imagine, if they want. But, it just would be a danger. I want them to continue with their business. I hope they flourish. It sort of sounds like they're doing pretty good with the wedding venue. Real estate, it would be a heck of an investment for them. Buy a parcel down below. It'll do nothing but go up. Put the venue down there, have tours up on the farm. If people attending the wedding want to see what the farm's about, so be it. But it just comes down to the road. And it's too dangerous. You get people that aren't familiar with it, and it's just not a good situation. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate that. Any questions from the commissioners? Mr. Patterson? No. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. Claire Mason is going to read testimony on behalf of Johann Forsberg. Do I have that right, Claire?
Yes, hi. Sorry, he just ended up having to text it to me, so hopefully it's all good. Okay. Hi, it's Johan. I'm the owner of Heiko Hawaiian Coffee, a new cafe in the Brew Block. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my company. Heiko is a Hawaiian coffee collective where we source coffee from across the islands of Hawaii. I have had the opportunity to meet many farmers and understand firsthand how difficult it is for farmers to stay profitable. Now more than ever, all businesses, especially farmers, must be creative to keep their businesses afloat. Even at our cafe, COVID has led to hard times and we are doing our best to keep our employees paid. We need the support of our local government for all businesses right now. I've worked with Kate very closely for about a year and I love their coffee. We will actually be featuring it next month at our cafe. I want to be able to continue to support her and build a camaraderie with farmers here. We depend on farmers for our coffee and continue to serve Sunshower Coffee. Now, my business partner and I have been to their farm as well, and it is exemplary of organic farming in Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think we're at the end of our testimony. Thank you, everyone who did testify. Thank you for everyone who has been listening. So at this point, I'd like a motion to close public testimony, please.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so Commissioner Newberg made a motion to close public testimony. I heard Mr. Kealoha seconded it. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, public testimony is closed. Okay. How are we doing? Everybody doing okay? We're ready to move into a motion for action, and then we'll have some discussion about that, unless anybody has something else prior to that. Go ahead, Maya.
Thank you, Chair Carr-Smith. I just wanted to note one correction to the planning director's findings before a motion is made. On page 9, number 3, Mr. Kern had pointed out that we incorrectly referenced a section of the zoning code related to income generation. And so I want to say that he is correct and explain that section of the code a little bit. The agricultural tourism section of the zoning code says that if you are going to have weddings on your working farm or special events or operate ag tourism activities after 6 p.m. daily, or if your gross revenues from the ag tourism will exceed the gross revenues from the farming activity, those are all criteria for applying for a special permit. And as Mr. Kern mentioned, we do look at these on a case-by-case basis. The application submitted referenced the Deuter Coffee property, and that property is located about a mile north of Waiono Ranch Road intersection with Mamaloho Highway. The property's on the Malkas, it's just Malka of the highway. And they came in 2010 for a special permit to allow weddings and special events to be held in an existing farm dwelling. So there's a few differences between that special permit application and the one before you that I want to point out. The Deuter property access was directly off the highway. There was no private road, no private substandard road to access the property. The applicant improved the access and recessed the gate in compliance with what Department of Public Works had asked for. The other major difference is that the Deuter property was about 100 acres in size. On that property, they had 50,000 coffee trees. So they were also offering farm tours on the property in conjunction with the special events and weddings. And let's see, they met with neighbors prior to submitting the application, and due to that, they limited activities and hours so that there was no amplified music after 7 p.m. So those are the main differences between the current application before you and the Deuter application, which the department did support 10 years ago. I also just want to point out two other areas, or reiterate two other areas of concern. The revised site plan, revised floor plan that was provided to you also did not show any sliding glass doors. There's still a very large open area. So there's still a question of how the events will not affect surrounding property owners related to noise when there's a good portion of the structure that's open and won't be enclosed. And then lastly, quite a few testifiers reference the current operation that had been occurring over the last 3 years and that there was no impact to surrounding property owners or no formal complaints submitted to the department. But I do want to point out that Ms. Hickey mentioned they had 50 weddings in 2019, and the current proposal is for 100 weddings annually. So we're looking at a 50% increase.
Thanks, Mike. Do you have a comment, Commissioner Batusek?
Just a question. I just wondering if the county is aware of any other additional permitted wedding venues in the vicinity besides the ones mentioned.
The two permitted facilities we're aware of are the Holualoa Inn and the Deuter Coffee property.
Thank you. Maya, did you want to address any other of Mr. Kern's comments? Or did you feel like those had been gone over? I wasn't sure whether you were going to address that at some point.
Yeah, I think those have adequately been gone over, other than we would want to change the findings, the first finding, to correct that statement should the commission vote to deny the permit.
On item number 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner
Madam
Van
Chair.
Pernis. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Zendo.
Sorry, I'm hoping we'll have a chance to provide one more round of comments based on the testimony, et cetera, as per the usual.
Sure.
Until then, I'll yield.
Yeah, thank you. I was getting a little rummy and I was going right to that, but then I realized I shouldn't. Thank you. Commissioner Van Pernis, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to make my comments now. Having been a recent resident of Lola, I'm aware of other wedding venues in addition to those mentioned by Ms. Jackson. There's the Lola Inn, there's a restaurant in Lola, which has a large venue for that, and also the large property, which I believe this was approved by the county And the daughter property has good roads right up to it, big wide roads.
That's what
The
Maya shared with us already.
Duarte, not Duder. Duarte is an addition to Duder.
Oh.
Now, the issue here is the road. And all the testimony, every lot owner, every person living out there was opposed to this basically because of the road. I think there should be no chance of this illegal activity continuing unless the road is dealt with. There's no association, so it falls on the applicant to fix the road or arrange a fixed road. Now,
Okay, thank you very
I
much.
want to point out that this is a simple matter. We're a government of laws, not of people. The issue is not whether Ms. Hickey is a good person or contributes to the community. If that was the case, then every special permit would be heck with the law, just let's analyze the person, whether they're a good person or not. Whether I have a wonderful place for weddings too, but you'd have to judge me. It's not a matter of judging people. It's not a question of how many people they might employ or what a good recycler that they are. We're a government of laws. The law is, the state land use law is, as the planning director has stated, this cannot be allowed under the present law, under the state land use law. And thus, if we start this precedent, regardless of how nice a person Ms. Hickey might be, if we start this precedent, every agricultural property, every land use agricultural classified property will be able to go commercial.
Okay, thank you. Zendo, why don't you go ahead and add any thoughts at this point?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just, I guess, to respond to the last thing of Mr. Van Pernis, sounds like we have special permits in general, period. To say that this is illegal is wrong. To say this is illegal with you being an attorney is surprising. This is the legal process in which to obtain operating a legal business on the property. Thus, we're here going through the process and really trying to do it right. It's quite tricky because as you're all very aware, this is not a simple issue. This is complicated from farming, small business, neighbors, etc. I will say that Kate reached out to the surrounding property owners, especially her immediate ones in the CPR, right away at the very beginning with the care package and a letter explaining what we were doing there. She can explain further onto that, but the goal was to really sit down with the neighbors, the surrounding property owners, and talk story about what's going on here. I've also reached out multiple times outside of the normal notices to surrounding property owners as required by the county code, by way of letter as well as email, seeing if we could sit down and talk and address some of these concerns, because part of what we have going on here, as you've seen, is the sky's falling. We're going to have 250 cars up and down that road. This is just too much. There's 250 cars going up and down the road all the time. That's not even close to the truth. We propose to limit it to 20 cars. There might be a maximum number of that many people, which could be limited as well. Today was the possibility that we could maybe talk story with the neighbors and for them to reach out instead of
You're breaking up a little bit.
How is that better? Any better? Ish. it's a sensitive subject, and I think I don't want to. Can you hear me? Okay.
I think so.
Cool. Certainly don't want to create negativity. I'm always trying to garner collaboration and bringing folks together. And that's what we were hoping we could do with the neighbors. On that note, we are open to continuing the hearing and sitting down with the neighbors and talking story and finding a way to mitigate the issues and bringing something that actually is everybody has the same kind of mindset around. I think we do need to adjust a few of the requests. Can you?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
We do need to adjust. I think some of the numbers just to make it a little bit more, I don't know, definable in every. But I think it's clear that there's some things that are just not being seen correctly here, such as the 250 cars. Code is that can be addressed. We're dealing with a lot of speculative, and either the neighbors didn't know about it, which would be a testament to how well the Hickeys run their events, or they did know about it and still no complaints would still be ways of running their events. We do have there's better. I know time's getting on, so traffic, we're open to mitigating. Sound, we've open to mitigating. Working out the road impact, super open to mitigating. We kind of came forth with these elements to help mitigate this. And that would be our hope, is to be able to continue that. To hand this over to Kate. I see Commissioner Newberg probably has a question for me first. I'd like to forward Kate the opportunity to get some at one point in here. And then a couple things.
You're breaking up, Zendo. I don't know if it's afternoon internet or what, but
young farmers are very challenged. Is that any better? Yeah.
No, go ahead.
If I smile, is that better?
That helps.
Young farmers are challenged. If you look at the actual numbers, there's not many of them, and I think we should be supporting them. And lastly, I'll leave it with this. This property does meet the requirements for agricultural tourism. With agricultural tourism, we could do an administrative action on that, and there could be as many as 30,000 cars annually up that road with no mitigation measures. I don't think that's necessarily the right idea. I think mitigating things and finding a reasonable solution, and maybe even solving some of this road problem, would be very positive. So I'm hoping that there's some open mindset and some open thinking to that, or at least push towards some collaboration with the surrounding property owners, because that, I think, is the first thing, and we have been trying to do that. We can't force anybody to do that, though.
Yeah, I would like to ask Kate to speak to that briefly, if you can, please. What was the response when you reached out to the owners and the surrounding owners, and did you have any discussions with them?
Yes, I'd be happy to talk on that. So the first thing I'd like to say is that all of the neighbors are not against us. We submitted 3 letters of support from one of the properties that is in support is the direct bordering property to the north, or to our Mauka side. That's from Allison Naito.
Okay.
And then the other letters of support from neighbors were from Sarah Moore, and also from the Thorntons, the Thornton family. And all 3 of those were in support of our permit. We also had another neighbor, sorry. Did you have a question about that?
Okay.
We also had another neighbor, Dave Wilkinson from Kona Star Farms, and he sent me a letter that he wanted me to submit on his behalf to the commission, and I did not, but and I'll explain that in a second. His letter said that he supported us and that he supported this venue, and that he wanted one condition put on the permit, which was that no more than 2 cars could come up the road at a time in a caravan, so that, like, at the bottom of the road, we would have an employee not allowing more than 2 to come up at once. So there would never be a situation with 18 cars, like a neighbor had said had happened to them. I was ready to submit it to the commission, and that day is the day that Wendy Mitchell, who you heard from today, submitted her petition to all the neighbors. That petition severely mischaracterized the permit. It said many times about how many visitors would be up at the farm, like that there would be 250 to 500 visitors, which is true. That is what we applied for at the absolute maximum. However, we are doing an average, what we're hoping for is to be approved for 100 weddings a year at most, with 20 cars per event. So that's an average of 2 weddings per week of 20 cars at each. So that's 40 cars a week. The hundreds of cars is a complete mischaracterization of our application. What ended up happening is our other neighbor called me and said, I don't want to be for it and I want to be against it. I want to just be completely neutral because he didn't want to get on the bad side of any of the other neighbors. So also her assertion that we had 36 neighbors and 36 property owners a support of her opposition. That is not true at all. 36 properties on Wyono Ranch Road. If you look at the tax map keys, there's not that many properties. So I think, we're at a situation where there's multiple people signing for certain homes. And to back up and really answer your question, Nancy, did we talk to the other neighbors? Yes, we sent around our care package. We sent letters. The letter, I think, should have been included in your materials. I don't know if that was submitted. In it, we were very effusive in asking for their support of this and saying we would come together and put in any mitigation strategies for any of their issues. And I received one call back from that. That was from Pam Parker on behalf of all of the units of our Greener Pastures CPR. And she said very clearly to me that there was nothing we could do that she would support this, that there was no circumstance under which she would support us to get this special use permit. She said that I said, well, what if we limited the number of cars? What if we limited the number of people? What if we limited the number of events? And she said, there is nothing you could do. So, at this point, we just feel like we are up against insurmountable odds. We're really, really trying to make it work. To be clear, the Mitchells, Wendy Mitchell and Tom Buckner, her husband, they don't farm. Pam Parker, she is not a farmer either. Audrey Grossman and Steve Grossman, they are not farmers either. Nancy Capri and Gary Capri, they are not farmers either. The people who are in opposition to this have bought agricultural land and do not farm it. And yet the planning department is worried that our farm that is actually farming is going to be changing the character of the community. I personally believe that people who are getting subsidies for their ag land, tax subsidies, should have to farm. And if they're not, then they should support those of us who are trying. We are trying our very best. And I would really ask the commission, if you're not going to approve this, please tell me, what else can we do? What else can we do to make it as farmers? Do you want us to just have to be rich and sit on our land and not let anybody else up here? How is it possible to be a farmer in Hawaii if we cannot diversify our income streams? And, that's what I'd like to say. Thanks.
You're muted, Nancy.
You're muted, Nancy.
I was wondering if Director Yee has any comments at this point, since we like to provide you with opportunity after public testimony, if you have any changes in the way you feel. I can't hear you, Michael. I don't see a mute, but I can't hear you. Time out. He's got a new computer. Did anybody else have anything to say at this time? Commissioner Faye, go.
Yeah. He's right here. Can you hear me? He's right there. My apologies. Can you hear me now?
Oh, hold off, Faye. Yeah, go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, don't know what happened. We did a sound check earlier, but now the microphone's not working on my laptop. Anyway, so quick reflections. In terms of somebody operating illegally, we've heard a lot of comments around, punishing somebody who's coming in for a permit. I want to be clear that we are complaint driven in our zoning violations division. So when we receive a complaint, we go out and investigate. So I do not want to have an impression out there that the planning department looks the other way when we receive complaints. We deal with applications that come to us. Certainly, generally speaking, whether or not this application would have come to us prior to them beginning operations, we would be viewing it under the same criteria. So wanted to just close that gap there. I think clearly we've heard a lot of testimony around the applicant, the quality characters that they are, and that's good. I think I do want to, as just personal advice, I could start hearing some of the testimony run into a direction of trying to throw other people under the bus. And that does not serve anybody well at this point when we're trying to find some common ground. And I know people may be frustrated, but I would forewarn folks not to go in that direction. I think that early on, as Zendo has come in to consult with us, there has been a lot of questions around what may or may not be acceptable to the community. You certainly have heard disconnect between the community and the applicant. And, if there's room for more discussions, we certainly encourage that. I've heard comments from testimony that somehow the planning department is responsible for leading those conversations. And we are not. At a certain point, Zendo brought an application with what the applicant wanted, and we have got to analyze it for that. If the applicant wants to bring in something different and works out something differently with the community, then we address that. But it's not the planning department's job to go out and try to figure out a scale necessary. We can certainly advise based on our experience, but it's not our job to figure out what's the exact application, what you can do that's going to get you there with your neighbors, right? And that work has to occur between the neighbors and the applicant. So those are my reflections for now, Chair Smith.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anyone else? Faye, go ahead. Commissioner Faye, go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I just, it's like trying to understand and a question, and not trying to be a commissioner to make things rough on anybody. But I was just wondering for Ms. Hickey, I don't know how much money you're planning that you need to spend to bring it up to what you're wanting to do up there, but would you not be able to find anything where you could spend that money and do it in a commercial area where, you don't have to deal with roads and some neighbors who are disgruntled? Also, I kind of feel like, for based on the rulings that they have about people owning property and being farmers and not farming and whatnot, it also could be because some of them are older and not able to farm. And also, I was reading this note that says the agricultural tourism section of the Hawaii County Zoning Code provides that weddings, parties, and catered events can be established on a working farm with a special permit. To do this, the income generated from the agricultural tourism cannot exceed the income generated by the farming activities. And if I heard you correctly to begin with, last year it sounded like I think you said your bottom line was like 80 or 90,000, and your farm was 30,000. So I'm just trying to understand all of this. So And then I also felt, you know, it would be kind of rude of any of us to, you know, if the people who own property there don't want that, you know, I would kind of be upset if somebody came along and changed the zoning and then kicked me under the bus. So I'm just sharing. Thank you.
Thank you, Faye. Commissioner Newberg.
But I'm sorry, one
Thank you,
second.
Chair.
Am I able to respond to your question or no?
Sure, go ahead, Kate.
Okay, so one of the things that you mentioned was the code requiring the venue to make less money than the farm. That is only the case if we were pursuing an agricultural tourism permit and not a special use permit. The reason we are applying for a special use permit specifically is because it makes more money than the farm, and also because it's a wedding venue. So that's why we applied for this specific permit. As far as, you know, my perceived difficulties with the neighbors, I would really please ask the commissioners, put yourself in my shoes. I've been trying for, you know, we've had a relationship with them for almost 8 years now. We've been good neighbors. And when I say we've never had a complaint, I mean, we've never had one even to me. No one has ever texted me or called me or emailed me. All of my neighbors have those contact information to say that they've had any issue with these events. In fact, some of them have posted on our Instagram, like, another beautiful wedding. We love to see what you're doing up there. So, you know, I go from that, and we felt like we were growing a really sustainable, great business. Then I find out that we're zoned incorrectly. That is my fault. I'm very, very sorry about that. But since then, we have been trying so hard to work with everyone and comply with every single rule. And when we tried to do that, we were met with resistance with people who wouldn't even talk to us, who we reached out to many times and have said specifically, we do not want to talk to you. We're going to bring it to the hearing. And now we're in a situation where our whole livelihoods are at stake because people against us. And I want to ask you, what would you do? Like, I really want to be respectful to everyone. If you read through the documentation, you'll see that. We have been trying to work with everyone this whole time. We want to be good neighbors. We really, really do. I'm imploring you to ask yourselves what I could have done differently to have brought them to the table to appease their issues. And if the answer is that there's nothing that I could have done differently, then I would please ask that you take that into consideration. Thank you.
Just on that real, Ms. Carr, can I add real briefly to that? Super
Sure,
quick.
go ahead.
You know, with the question of, you know, could she have found a commercial location and the ag won't go together, so it'd be separate. So I think it's important from the standpoint of the testifiers, some that have been here for a very long time farming and saw Kate. This happened naturally and organically. They started out farming, they were working farming. How do we, you know, offset our income a little bit? Okay, got a few weddings, to the point of like, oh, this is actually kind of working. Coffee's working, the farm's working, and now here we are. So it's very much organic. It wasn't like, to my knowledge, it didn't come in saying we're going to do weddings, you know, right off the bat. It was a natural evolution that the other testifiers, long-standing community can testify to. So, thank you.
Understood. Commissioner Newberg.
Thank you, Chair. Just trying to review everything as best as can. You know, it's a very emotional subject. And from what I can glean, their venues are needed. I wanted to speak to, if I couldn't, get information from either Zendo, Ms. Hickey, or perhaps Mr. Tuhi on the process, because I'm trying to square two different things. One, as the word was just said, organically grown into weddings when you went from a few weddings in 2017, 40 in 2018, and now 50 in 2019 last year. I don't think you're trying to continue business as you have been. You're wanting to build a 3,500 square foot venue and make this your primary business. So I'm curious if that's what triggered reaching out to the neighbors, or if it happened prior, or how this got to this point for this application?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So, when we say like organic growth, what I mean by that is we've never advertised anywhere for our weddings. So we have our website. We've never done any sort of paid advertising. It's just that the demand has far surpassed by supply. I mean, what we can comfortably host. And so at that point, we wanted to build a bigger venue. To be clear, the space that we initially submitted was 3,500 square feet, just because we thought that was just a conceptual drawing. I had no experience in this before. We hired a designer, and I specifically went over with her what we were looking for, which is a venue that ideally seats 50. So for seated dinners, you would only have up to that many. And when we went over that, we realized we could make it actually far smaller than what we applied for. So at that point, we adjusted and resubmitted. So the current venue design is 2,700 square feet, but only 1,400 of that is, or 50, something like that, is under roof space. So a lot of it is like porches and ADA ramps and decks and stuff. So it is a much, much smaller venue than what we applied for. And also previously we were in our home and we really wanted to get out of our home. So we reached out to the neighbors for the first time about this permit when we were applying for it. To be honest, and Zendo can attest to this, I had no idea that they would have any problem with this. I thought, we've been doing this for years. They all know about it. There's never been an issue. And so I just thought, of course they're going to support us. And I thought we were friends. I thought that we all got along great and that there would be no reason why they would oppose this. And when we found out that they would be in opposition, even though they wouldn't talk to us, we did everything we could at that point, including making the venue smaller, reducing the amount of bathrooms, limiting the cars, planning the decibel meters. The new plans do, in fact, have sliding pocket doors around the dance floor so that there will not be any possible noise escaping. So we are working very hard to meet all the concerns of the neighbors, even though they have not been willing to meet with us. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Eber?
It does. And just to clarify, so when you decided that you wanted to build a venue and propose this as, a solid business plan, is that when you started reaching out to the neighbors for their input?
Yes.
All right. Commissioner Van Pernis.
Yes. First of all, isn't it true that your neighbors have a right not to agree or oppose?
Mark, could you please take off your mask and grab your microphone? Thank you.
Thank you. Your neighbors have the right to oppose or your application or not talk to you, right? They don't have to agree or compromise with you?
Of course they have that right.
All right, thank you.
I'm hoping that this commission will understand that they have in front of them a community member, a small business owner, someone who is trying their best to make it in Hawaii. And they have, on the other hand, a handful of people in opposition to that just because they don't want it. So of course they have the right to oppose it, but you also have the right to decide what's the best for our community. And I'm hopeful that you'll find in favor of us.
And isn't it, you asked what else could you do? Well, the answer is obvious. Improve the road. That's where the opposition is based. Why don't you agree to improve the road?
With all due respect, Commissioner Van Pernis, I would love to do that. Since we've moved in, we have wanted a road maintenance agreement so that we can improve the road. The problem is that the neighbors won't agree.
I'm talking.
Neighbors who are in opposition to this.
I'm
sorry,
talking
can you not
about
hear me?
you improving the road, not a road maintenance agreement.
Right.
That would involve everybody. You would have to pay for your excessive use of the road.
Yeah. So to be clear for 1 second, what I'm talking about again, to reiterate, is 40 cars a week. That is not extensive use of the road. We and every other coffee farm on this road have 20 plus pickers every single picking day. We pick 3 or 4 days in a row every 2 to 3 weeks. So all of the parties on this road who grow coffee have more cars than this proposed use would even be. This is a very small amount of cars. But I do agree with you. It is more cars than we are currently using. And it would require us to do more road maintenance. And we are open to doing that. We would love to sit down and talk to the neighbors. I had talked to Zendo. Maybe we take $100 or $200 off of every event and put it in a fund for road maintenance. Maybe we can do, certain amount of mowing or repairs to the road. The issue is it's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to widen the road. Not only that, we don't own the road. We don't have permission to widen the road. We can't do those things unilaterally. Would I be willing to do a lot of maintenance? Yes. I'm begging you guys to ask me to do that. If you will approve it and I can do that, I will do that. I will do anything.
Have you or Zendo asked the road owners for improvement? For the right to improve?
Mr. Van Pernis, you cut her off, and so it wasn't clear.
I thought she was done, and she's
Can you please finish your last question, please?
Okay, I will. If you or Zendo approach the other easement holders, the landowner, with any plan for I'm talking about not association, your improvement of the road.
We have approached them
We
many
would
times.
love to have that conversation. Yeah, no, we're saying the same thing. We would love.
Have you approached them?
Yes,
Have you approached
Commissioner
them?
Commissioner Van Pernis.
Noriko, could you please mute? Go ahead.
We have approached the neighbors multiple times, are still more than open and willing to having those conversations. That is like one of the, other than allowing the Hickeys to continue to operate their business, that's kind of like one of the primaries is to get with the neighbors so we can talk story about that.
Okay.
I'd just like to say, I think that you can tell from all of our testimony that we are caring community members. We do not want to be fighting with our neighbors. We would do anything to bring them to the table, to meet with us, to discuss the issues so that we can come together for a solution. They are unwilling to meet with us because they know that if they just dig in, or they hope that you commissioners will vote against our permit. They think that if they won't meet with us, then you will just say no. And I'm begging you to require them to meet with us. I don't know, to consider the fact that they won't meet with us and to take that into consideration. We are trying to do whatever we can do to get this. Please, I'm begging you to consider this.
Yeah, one of the sad things about sometimes these types of applications that can kind of tear into the community. My hope would be that we could have a ho'oponopono with the surrounding property owners, reach out, talk story, and if we come back to the table with the same situation, at least we really did try our very best, as we feel like we've done now. But it would be very important to afford that opportunity, and can't force anybody, but at least encourage others around to do that. And we'll happily send out new meetings, host via Zoom. There's not many reasons these days that we can't get a meeting, especially with the change of behavior with Zoom.
No, thank you. Well, my comments are that I'm very impressed by how many people stood up for you. You obviously are of strong character, and I was very impressed by that. You should feel good about that. I completely support small business owners, especially at this time. So I understand all the people testifying in support of this. It affects a lot of people. I understand that. I totally understand the idea of diversifying your agricultural practices as well. And it's not easy to be a farmer, and I understand how you're looking for that. That makes total sense to me. And you're out here, you're trying to do the right thing. you're to be commended for that. I get all of that. But it seems to me like you need your neighbors, because this is not going to happen without your neighbors. I don't know whether that involves, limiting, maybe you have one wedding a week or whatever. There's many things that could perhaps be adjusted, and maybe you do have a proposal for them as to what you could do to improve the road to make it safer. But it seems to me like that's what you need to do is get with them and try to find a solution that's a win-win for everybody. Does anybody else have any comments?
Maybe recognize briefly.
Mr. Tui?
Thank you. Just very briefly, the question about fixing up the roadway, instead of beating a dead horse on that, I think we talked about that quite a bit. It's owned by a whole different entity. So our clients would have they wouldn't have any right to do that legally, really. But I wanted to refer something that has not been discussed, and that is the original county background report on this. I think it was done shortly after the application came in about May, before the findings. And this whole question about impacts and traffic impacts and what the access would be were made part of that report, and they both were affirmative recommendations made by staff at that time. So I think there certainly is another side to this, maybe that hasn't been really presented in the fullness of what could be presented to the commission. So I think that would be another reason to follow through on what Mr. Kern indicated, might be some additional outreach to these folks to see about if there is some logistic way that traffic impacts could be reduced. But there are some speculation on there being, safety issues, although we haven't really seen any. We've got decades of use of the roadway without any indication that has been a dangerous roadway with the current use. And then there were 3 years of use by the Hickeys, which did not result in any safety issues of which we're aware. And maybe we can get some input from the police department or other reporting agencies to see if that has been an issue. But as of right now, the findings of fact, which were presented to you folks for today, are quite different than the traffic impacts, which is under section 3J and 3K of the environmental report, which was submitted earlier by staff. So it certainly seems that there's some open issues there. And that's all I had to add.
Thank you very much. I don't know, Mr. Van Pernis, I'm hesitant to go to you. I haven't really appreciated your line of questioning today, so I'm not sure what you have to say at this point. But I'd like to move to a motion if anybody that we haven't heard from, Mr. Batusik, Mr. Kealoha, Mr. Franco, do any of you have anything to add at this point? Go ahead, Commissioner Batusik.
Yeah, I mean, the discussion about the traffic impact analysis, a lot of that depends on, as Zendo pointed out, the results of a traffic impact report. Is that something the applicants would be willing to prepare if we were to move towards a deferment?
I believe I won't. Kate, do you want to speak to that? But I do believe. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, we would certainly be willing to do that. My only kind of concern on that is that the traffic is certainly a lot lower right now than usual due to COVID. I'm not sure how accurate a traffic study would be if it was done right now, but I certainly would support that. I would like all the evidence for you guys to look at that you possibly can have. So yes.
And with that, there's possible for a traffic management plan like we've done for schools in the past. There are ways to work through this. I do think it comes back to talking with the surrounding property owners, in coming up with some, numbers, and I mean traffic counts and car counts, as we kind of already tried to do, that are reasonable for both sides. And if at that point, one of the conditions would be to have a traffic engineer look at that, or some part through, I think we'd be more than open to do that. So far, I haven't seen Kate and Doug not be willing to just about do anything they can to maintain.
Commissioner Kealoha, did you have something to add?
I was going to save it for after a motion was made, but to the applicants, to me, what you're going through right now is a microcosm of society in general. You're doing everything that the state says we need. We need to diversify our economy. They're looking at farming as a way of getting away from tourism, and you're trying to sustain your business, and I respect all of it. Our community's changing as we speak, and our laws and ordinances haven't caught up with our current environment just yet. So unfortunately, I think this may be a little premature at this time. That I don't know that your request has evolved enough. I do see the risk on that road. I've been up that road in the past. It was a very narrow road made for ranching that was somehow converted to farming. If I was a homeowner, I'd be afraid of the liability if somebody were to drive drunk down that road and I end up in a lawsuit. So it's a tough one to overcome. I don't know how you mitigate that through insurance or what have you, but I do think the request is a little premature at this time.
Commissioner Vatusek? Thank you, Perry.
I just want to agree with Commissioner Kealoha on that one and say that I personally agree with many aspects of what Mr. Kern, the applicants, and the numbers of the public who testified in support of this application said. I believe that commercial use in agricultural districts should be allowed on a case-by-case basis through the special permitting process. That's why it exists, I did some research, and according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, nationwide median farming income for farming households, or median income for farming households was $83,000 in 2018. Most of these households have dual income, non-farm and farm income sources. And in 2018, median on-farm income was minus $1,735. So that's a clear indication that farming needs to be diversified in their income streams to survive. Nationwide, it's very difficult to make a living in farming. Hawaii, it's even more difficult because real estate prices are driven up by wealthy people coming in from the mainland and buying agricultural properties as kind of a retirement or a novelty at a value that far exceeds the agricultural revenue of those properties. We can't change the perception of value. Property is always going to be expensive, but we can understand that farmers will need to supplement their income. I really think that having venues like this that are reflective of the agricultural character of our island is important. It's the part of our island that I would rather share with visitors than the resort, which could be anywhere in the world. And I believe that the percentage of farming income versus non-farming income should be irrelevant when considering the special permit. I don't personally care if visitors to the property have complaints about agricultural uses in an agricultural area. From where I'm concerned, they can try not to step in the cattle guard on the way out. Based on that, we have to consider the merits of the individual application. And it's up to the planning department, the planning commission, to consider the merits of the individual application based on the criteria that exists in the current regulations. I believe if we look at this case, we see that this case is a good concept put forward by good people, but the location is problematic. You know, like Perry said, you know, I've been up and down the road many times. I understand how hazardous it is. And until a traffic impact analysis report can tell me that I'm wrong, I believe that it's a matter of when and not if there's a bad accident that would be associated with intoxicated wedding guests coming down that road late at night. So for me, you know, I hope that the Hickeys will be able to use that same ability that they have in putting together this entire group of people who came out to support them to work within their own neighborhood to reach a consensus on how you can move forward in agreement with your neighbors. So to me, I would be comfortable with a deferment on this and giving them the opportunity to work it out with their neighbors. Hopefully they'll be willing to come to the table. I think the problem is that so many people are unwilling to find middle ground. And I think, Catherine, with your ability that you've demonstrated here, I think that you can do that. I think that you can find middle ground with your neighbors and you can come back with an application that people support. With that, I guess I'll make a motion to defer this agenda item.
Got a motion on the floor.
I'll second.
Tusick. Was that you, Perry?
No. Yes.
I think it was Mark.
I heard Perry. Okay, we've got a motion on the floor to defer from Mr. Vitusic and a second from Mr. Kealoha. Is there any other discussion about this? Commissioner Newberg?
Yes, just to mirror both Chair Smith and Commissioner Vitusic, and I think everyone here. You're doing all the right things. And I think if there's any solace to be taken out of this is a deferment, I think would be a good approach to try and find consensus amongst your neighbors, or possibly something else to open up to you folks that seem to be doing the right things by your circle, yet it's a difficult venue location. So, you know, hopefully this deferment, should it move forward, give that time for the gears to link up for you folks.
Thank you, Max. Faye, go ahead.
Are you on?
Go ahead, Faye.
And again, I would like to ask Ms. Hickey if you may consider, you know, if all of this is, you know, difficult and her neighbors are not willing to come to the table, is that maybe if you consider another venue where she could, you know, spend her money and, you know, have one of these, because like Commissioner Vitusic said, you know, have all this support behind you, that, you know, that may be an avenue. Yep.
Thank you. I support the motion for deferment. I think gives you an opportunity to look at this again after hearing all of this today and see whether there's another approach. Anyone else? Maya, could you do roll call vote, please?
Yes, thank you. So the motion is to defer this special permit application. Commissioner Vitusic.
Aye.
Commissioner Kealoha.
Aye.
Commissioner DeFranco.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg,
Aye.
Commissioner Van Pernis,
Aye.
Commissioner Yates,
Aye.
and Chair Clarsmith.
Aye.
The motion carries 7-0.
Very good. Thank you all for making in there all these hours. And did you want to say something, Zendo?
I just thank you all and apologize for the laborious hours that this has taken and to leave you guys with still one item on the agenda. Sorry. Thank you, though.
Thank you. Best of luck.
Aloha.
Aloha,
Thank you
Mr.
very much. Aloha.
All right. You guys want a little break? 10 minutes? Okay. Anybody have any to weigh in? 10 minutes, okay? Yes?
Yep,
No?
sounds good.
Yes? 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
All right. 3:27, we'll be back.
Hi, Michael. I don't hear you. Oh.
Hi, Rochelle.
Oh, now I hear you. Wait, try and talk again. Make sure. Are you there? Oh no, I don't hear
I
you.
can't hear you coming through,
Oh,
Michael.
it's Christian.
Yeah.
It's Christian out here.
Sorry, I was being loud. No, Michael's mic's not working. Maybe try restart, Michael. Restart your computer. Hey, Rochelle.
Yes. What's your guy's name? What was his name? His
Shamori Myrick.
SM. What was his email? I'm trying to find it.
Hold on. I'll get it. Hold on.
I don't want to turn my email on my computer because I don't want YouTube to crash. Oh, actually, you know what? We're live, so we probably should.
Hold on. I think it's just. I think it's S.
YouTube, by the way. What?
Yeah. I think it's S. Myrick. Let me see.
Was it SH?
Yeah, his first name is Shamori, but it's S. Myrick, or sorry, SC Myrick.
Oh, there, it popped up.
Yeah, at tapgroup.net. Yeah.
Oh, he's on.
Okay, cool.
Oh, you know what's the problem with Michael's one?
What's that?
Michael, you cannot be. You have to close the for the client. You have to close. You have to close. You have to be on the computer. So close the remote desktop. You know, at the top, there's a little, because right now you're running to your computer in your office. Everything you see is on your computer in the office. So you don't have to cancel the remote desktop, just close it and go to the actual computer. I had this problem.
Hear me now. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Really?
See, that happened to me. I was trying to meet with somebody and I couldn't figure it out, and it's because you're remoting to your computer in the office.
Yeah,
So
okay, makes
you're
total sense.
So
Okay.
hopefully you didn't mess up your settings on your computer in the office. Oh boy.
Okay, good enough, thank you. We got it
Thank you.
solved.
Okay, good.
Okay. Okay. Going. Yeah, but try to do it.
Who are our new commissioners? Hello, new commissioners.
Hi. This is Commissioner Matusek. This is Commissioner Matusek.
I think there might be a conflict of interest with some kind of a relationship here. So it's nice to see you guys.
They're both unemployed.
Wow.
Do you have kids, Christian?
I have one daughter, a 3.5-year-old who would be up in my lap exactly the same way if she had the chance.
This one is 3.5, right?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Wow. My daughter's name is Olivia.
Oh.
Olivia?
Yeah.
Olivia.
Okay.
Well, now you're making me miss my daughter, Mike.
Yeah, the nice part of working from home, huh?
Oh, for sure. No, it's been a super blessing for me because before the pandemic, like I'd go to work early in the morning and come back late and have maybe like an hour of time with her before she's asleep. But now it's great. I'm at home 4 days a week, so it's been really awesome.
Oh, guaranteed.
Yeah.
All right. Are we all here? How we doing, Rochelle?
I think we're good.
We ready to roll?
When do you want the testifiers to join?
Not sure. I mean, there's so few of them. I don't mind if they're on now or whenever.
Okay, I can tell them to join then.
Okay. We can get started.
Okay, we're gonna get started.
It's 3:29 for Noriko's sake, and we'll call the meeting back to order. Is the applicant here? Christian, who is on for the applicant?
Hi, yes. My name is
Shamari?
Yes.
Thank you. Nice to see you. All right. Moving on to agenda item number 2. The applicant is SBA Towers LLC. USE 20-000083. This is an application for a use permit to allow the replacement of an existing 226-foot tall telecommunications tower with a new non-manned telecommunication facility consisting of a 260-foot tall self-supporting steel lattice tower with related equipment and improvements within a 2,025 square foot portion of a 3.585 acre property situated in the county. Sorry, I'm hearing somebody here. Situated in the county's Ag 5 zoning district. The subject property is located at 81-1106 Nani Kupuna Place, approximately 1,165 feet east of Hawaii Belt Road, Haleki'i, Kalu Kalu, Mauka, South Kona, Hawaii, TMK 3811, portion of parcel 26. Christian, would you like to go ahead with your presentation?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, members of the commission. Thank you for sticking it out today. I'm going to share my screen here momentarily. All right. Can everybody see the screen? Okay. As the chair said, this is a use permit application. The subject property is located in the South Kona district of Hawaii Island, more specifically in the Kealakekua area. The parcel is 3.585 acres, and it's outlined here in red. For reference, we've got Hawaii Belt Road running north-south through the slide, and Nani Kupuna Place up here is this red line, and the property takes access from a 40-foot wide access easement across the intervening property to the subject property. The applicant is requesting a use permit to replace an existing 326-foot tall telecommunications tower with a new non-manned telecommunication facility consisting of a self-supporting galvanized steel lattice structure situated approximately 30 feet to the northwest of the existing tower. Oh, sorry. Service providers on the existing tower, T-Mobile, Verizon Wireless, and Pacific Radio Group will relocate to the new tower with the following components. First, T-Mobile consisting of 3 sectors with 2 antennas per sector for a total of 6 antennas and 9 remote radio units. And second, Verizon Wireless consisting of 9 antennas and 12 remote radio units. In addition to the tower and antennas, the 2,025 square foot or 45 foot by 45 foot project area will be used for accessory ground facilities, including a new equipment cabinet shelter on an existing 8 foot by 16 foot concrete pad. The project area will be enclosed with an 8 foot high chain link fence with 3 strands of barbed wire at the top and a 12 foot wide locked access gate. I just want to point out that this is the proposed setup for the fence with the barbed wire. We did receive a comment letter from U.S. Fish and Wildlife and Department or DLNR indicating that to protect the Hawaiian hoary bat in the area, we should prohibit the use of barbed wire. So there's a condition in the recommendation spelling that out, and I've spoken with the applicant and they understand. Next, the proposed facility will be unmanned and maintenance and repair activities will be performed by a technician typically once a month within normal working hours. The applicant will comply with all Federal Communications Commission and Federal Aviation Administration rules, including the installation of an LED beacon and tower side lights, as the proposed new tower is going to be over 200 feet in height. Additionally, the facility will not interfere with the county's public safety radio system. The applicant's stated reason for the request is the existing 326-foot tall tower is no longer structurally sound and must be replaced. However, due to the presence of several wireless carriers located on the existing tower, which help provide E911 coverage for the area, the applicant needs to wait until a new tower is constructed to demolish the existing tower. The new tower is anticipated to be constructed within 6 months of obtaining the necessary permits, and the existing tower will be demolished thereafter. Approval of a use permit to construct the new tower and demolish the existing tower once the proposed tower is operational will ensure the continuation of E911 coverage and maintain the cell service provided by the tower's existing wireless carrier tenants. Here is the applicant's submitted site plan. On the upper left is just a zoomed out version showing the subject parcel. The dashed lines coming into it is the 40-foot wide easement. And on the lower right, outlined in red, it shows the existing 326-foot tall tower that will eventually be demolished. And outlined in blue is the location of the proposed 260-foot tower, which is, again, approximately 30 feet to the northwest. Also outlined here, maybe a little difficult to see, is an existing building that will be demolished to make way for the new tower. On the actual property itself, the existing 326-foot tower is one of 3 existing telecommunication towers on the property. The existing 326-foot tall tower has been on the property since 1963. There's a second tower located roughly here, which has been on the property since 1997, and that's 152-foot tall tower. And then not shown on the site plan, but roughly in this area is a third tower, 145-foot tall tower. And all were permitted in one form or another, and have been on the property and in operation since 1963, 97, and 2000. Okay. Here is the applicant's proposed elevation plan. And actually on the left-hand side here is just kind of a floor plan or the detail of the compound, the 45 by 45 foot project area. And on the right-hand side is the elevation plan for the new proposed 260 foot tall tower. The zoning for the subject property and some of the surrounding area is agricultural, as is indicated in the light green. Again, the subject property is outlined here in red. Mackay of the property and closer to the highway here is single-family residential zoning and neighborhood and village commercial zoning. The state land use designation for the subject property is agricultural, as indicated in green, and Mackay of the property, and consistent with the commercial and residential zoning, is urban, as indicated in red. And the general plan land use pattern allocation guide map designates the subject property and some of the surrounding area as low density urban, as indicated in the mustard color. And Mackay of that is medium density urban, as indicated in the orange color. And then some important agricultural land on the bottom right-hand side. The Kona CDP designates the subject property as within a rural TOD area. Subject property is generally in the location of this star, and the blue line indicates the rural TOD area as designated by the CDP. Here are some aerial photos of the subject property. Again, the upper left-hand corner is more zoomed out, showing the property, in this case outlined in a light green color. And you can see some of the uses in the surrounding area, some commercial, multiple family residential, or pardon me, some commercial and single family residential and other vacant uses surrounding. The closest dwelling is, by my measurement, roughly 190 feet to the northwest of the closest corner of the proposed tower. So that's generally this structure here. On the lower right, you'll see a zoomed in portion of the subject property. Again, this is the existing 326 foot tall tower here. The other two tower structures here. And in red here is the general location of the proposed 260 foot tower. Again, this existing structure on the property will be demolished to make way for the new tower. Here are a couple of photographs of the paved access road entering the property, and then within the property, a view of the gravel access road, both between 9 and 12 feet wide and in good drivable condition. Again, the use is not expected to generate much, if any, traffic other than maintenance use roughly once a month or as needed. The planning director is recommending approval of the use permit with conditions. We did receive, and you should have received, two pieces of testimony in opposition since you received the back-end recommendation report from Naomi Melamed and Yoav Melamed. And then as of last Friday, we received about 26 submittals of testimony that were submitted to you and are marked as late. I'm going to get out of I'm going to get out of the shared screen now, if I may, if I can find out how to do that. Okay. And the reason I'm going to do that is because we also received two pieces of testimony on Friday that were entitled Opposition to Towers in KO and HPP, because on our next Planning Commission hearing, we've got another tower. But the pieces of testimony were actually meant for the this particular application. Because you did not receive them, if it's okay with the chair, they're very brief. I'll read them into the record so that the record is complete.
Yes, please do.
Okay, the first is from Dwayne Voss. He lives at 83-5652 Middle Key A Road, Captain Cook, Hawaii, 96704. He reads or writes, I'm opposed to this tower upgrade for many reasons, most importantly, the movement toward 5G. I understand there's a bill in place stopping the expansion of 5G on the Big Island. This is great. I do, however, believe there is not a significant gap in personal wireless service. Applicants are required to prove a significant gap in service, and there's no such thing. Kona is saturated with cell coverage. This facility is proposed by a site developer, not by a wireless carrier. The site developers do not provide personal cellular service. If there were a gap in coverage, the carriers themselves, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, would be making this proposal, but they are not. Kona has adequate cell coverage. There is no need for more. Thank you for your working on this matter. Mahalo, Dwayne Voss. And the second is from Lori Bogart, and her address is 1091 Eva Place, Kihei, Hawaii, 96753. She writes, I have studied many scientific research papers on the EMFs emitted by 5G towers, and it is alarming the threat they are to the health of all living things. Please do not bring this technology to the Hawaiian Islands, especially with all the changes in the world right now. Sincerely, Lori Bogart. So with that and the other 26 pieces of testimony you received, that should complete the record in terms of testimony received on this application. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
Thank you, Christian. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Christian?
I see Mike's hand up.
Commissioner Vatusik.
Okay, so looking at the submittal, it looks like section 106 was initiated by the developer, but the Historic Preservation Division's deadline to respond within the 30-day period elapsed. So they've cleared section 106 as far as historic preservation review. But has there been any historic preservation review attempted under Hawaii Revised Statute 6E42?
Yes, thank you for the question, Commissioner Vatusik. As part of the review process for this application, we did send a 6E review request to SHPD, and at the time, or at today's date, we have not heard any response.
Okay. It's unlikely that there's going to be any issues with archaeological sites, but, on an absolute technicality, this tower itself is built in 1963, making it 50 years old, which would require review from the Historic Preservation Division's architecture branch prior to removal of the tower. I just want to point that out and indicate that could be a potential condition to be added to the recommended approval, that the Historic Preservation Review pursuant to 6E42 be completed to include a review by Historic Preservation Division's architecture.
Okay, I'm happy to entertain that possible addition at the time of a motion, if that's okay.
I'm just checking to see if that's something that you guys would be all right with.
I think that I would have to check back into the requirements. I would defer to your knowledge on that, and if that's the case, there is a kind of the catch-all requirement that the applicant comply with all federal, state, and county requirements. And I think that if that is a requirement of state law, then yes, we would be okay with that.
Anyone else? Maybe this is for the applicant, but Christian, is this a 5G tower?
I will let the applicant address that. Just my own editorializing here is, to my knowledge, 5G is intended to be more kind of shorter point-to-point communication technology. So on lampposts, on buildings, and those types of things. whereas towers, these higher towers, are more meant for more traditional cell service. Again, I'm not an engineer, and maybe Mr. Myrick can address that a little bit better than me.
Very good.
Yes, sure, Christian.
Any
You're on the right path. Normally, you see 5G is more of a small cell development and deployment, more shorter light pole type utilities, usually under 30 feet. With this particular tower, we looked at the antenna array, and none of the antennas are support 5G currently. So the current antennas on the tower will just be, if this is approved, transferred over to the new tower. And right now, what the information that we have, we do not have any 5G antennas that will be transferred to the new tower.
Okay, very good. Any other questions for staff? All right, thank you, Christian.
Thank you.
Let's move along to the applicant's presentation. Mr. Myrick, would you like to raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth before the Leeward Planning Commission today?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You can tell us whether or not you have read the background report and the recommendation, whether you have any issues or concerns with that, and you can go ahead and start by letting us know your name and where you're from and who you're representing. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Shamari Myrick, and I'm with Tower Engineering Professionals, and we're representing SBA Towers LLC for this application. And we're located in Charlotte, North Carolina. I have read the staff's recommendation, and and me and Christian kind of went over it earlier last week, and we have no problems with the recommendation from staff or the conditions from staff to remove the barbed wire from the compound, and we're okay with everything that staff is recommending.
Very good. Thank you.
And the only thing that I would like to emphasize that, again, this is we're trying to replace an existing tower that is becoming structurally unsound. So in doing that, RF was able to design the new tower to be lower, to be lower than the current tower and still work at an optimal level. As well as I know there were some concerns about 5G and the health concerns and all of that. Like I said before, we have no knowledge of any 5G antenna to be on this tower. And 5G deployment usually is consistent with more of a small cell deployment as opposed to locating antennas on towers. So that's pretty much what I want to bring to the board.
So is there any reason, Christian, that wouldn't be a condition? They're not aware of any 5G going on the tower, but should that be something that we need to make sure is what actually happens?
I'm not sure that we have the authority to determine what type of technology goes on towers. I might defer to our corporation counsel on that. We are guided by federal statute from Federal Communications Commission on what we can and can't approve or deny permits for towers or telecommunication facilities for. So I guess the non-answer to your question is I'm not aware that we have the ability to place such a condition on a permit, but I would defer possibly to Jay on that.
Very good, thank you. All right, so is that finish your presentation, Mr. Myrick?
Yes, and I'm here to answer any additional questions that the commission may have.
Okay. Very good. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant? None. Wow. Okay. Very good. With that, we will move on to public testimony. The written testimony was mentioned. And hold on. Wait, just give me a second here. All right. I know that we have Deborah Green on the line. Rochelle, Mark Hudak. You know who that is?
No, I don't.
Sorry, I'm spectating this with Tower Engineering Professionals. I'm with Shamari.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Welcome.
So right now, I believe we only have Deborah, and she, I think, is going to also speak on behalf of Naomi.
Okay.
Yeah, the other one, yeah, I don't think the other ones are available at this time already.
All right. Deborah, would you like to, do you have a camera or you're on the phone?
I am in the online meeting, but I don't have my camera hooked up, so I hope.
No problem. No problem. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth before the planning commission?
Yes, I do.
All right. Thank you. You can go
There's
ahead
some
with
noise
your.
in the background. It's not coming from me.
Rochelle, I think maybe you need to mute your phone. Thank you.
I see, it looks like Tracy Lee is also not muted. That's the only other one that I see. Okay, Deborah, you can go ahead with your 3-minute testimony, please.
All right, thank you. The first thing I want to say is that this represents commercial use of agricultural land. And, you know, there was a lot of sentiment expressed today, just earlier today, about that very thing. And so here we are. So we're going to see if it ends up being, you know, that corporations can do this no problem, or, you know, and residents and small businesses can't. We will see. The current tower serves the community well, whereas this new facility is well beyond a cell tower replacement. It is a massive steel lattice structure that would take up over 2,000 square feet of agricultural land, soaring 260 feet into the sky, and it's designed to house multiple cell antennas and microwave dishes. Once this thing is built, they can add to it with more and more antennas and more microwave dishes, and you have no control over that. They don't need permits to add to it. They can add to it till their heart's content. The visual blight caused by this huge structure would devastate the region. They can say that it's currently not 5G, but it will be changed to 5G with a simple software update. That is a fact. So, you know, please be aware of that, because people have spoken. We don't want more wireless infrastructure. Resolution 278-20 passed almost unanimously by the Hawaii County Council. Please honor the will of the people and our elected officials. This huge, massive lattice structure is unnecessary and unneeded. Kona enjoys adequate cell service, so the construction of this is unwarranted. Please review records of dropped calls in the area. These records can be produced with a click of a mouse. The chances are you'll find that there is adequate phone coverage, which is all that is required by the FCC. There is no requirement for data coverage. There's no requirement for any cell carrier to have to provide for people to stream movies on their smartphones, play games on their smartphones, scroll Facebook on their smartphones, which is what this new structure, this new facility, not a tower, this new facility is all about. There's plenty of coverage and no need to build this behemoth. It is not a replacement. This is a completely different animal. So it's being proposed by a site developer. They're notorious for installing unneeded and unnecessary cell facilities because they build them fast and cheap, and they make money for the life of the facility by collecting rent from their tenants, the carriers. So please ask for proof of dropped calls and coverage gaps. That's the only way that you would be required to approve this, if there are dropped calls and coverage gaps. And we believe those do not exist, and that means this facility is unnecessary. Replace it with a tower that is the same as the one that needs to be removed. Replace it with the same one.
Thank you. Okay, does anyone have any questions for Deborah? Commissioners? No? Okay, I believe, Deborah, you're going to provide testimony. Sorry, my timer's going off. Testimony on behalf of Naomi Melamed?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So Naomi says, aloha and my apologies, as I had not anticipated the length of the first item on the agenda and did not make childcare arrangements. I would like to discuss a couple points. In relation to the towers, I have seen through antennasearch.com that there are other tower options for service in the area, which are used by the same providers. If needed, it makes sense for another tower to be constructed, but taking up 2,000 square feet of agricultural land and constructing a lattice tower and large facility, which will allow major increase of antenna densification lower to the ground, thus closer to life on the ground nearby, because this structure is not as tall as the one they want to take down, that seems excessive for the area. The FCC is currently the plaintiff of numerous cases in court. One of these cases is the Environmental Health Trust, NRDC versus the FCC, in which the Hawaii County Council recently passed Resolution 714 in support of the case, stating that they support the claim that the FCC may be in violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act because they do not recognize or make any provision for those who have or will contract radiation sickness from the electromagnetic radiation exposure, establish some process to resolve case-by-case accommodations under the ADA and or the Fair Housing Act. My condolences go out to all the neighbors of this facility and their decreased property values. I would hope that as unobstructive as reasonably possible, unquote, is indeed honored. Although I read the write-up that this is not a concern, I believe that as the area is heavily vegetated and there are residences nearby, the concern for fire caused by this facility, which uses high voltage, is increased. A simple search of cell tower fires recorded on the news in the US will yield several results.
Very good. Thank you, Deborah.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony, and thank you for hanging in there with us today.
It's been a long day. I'm surprised you guys don't have to eat or something.
We're still standing. Okay, thank you very much. All right, commissioners, can I have a motion to close public testimony, please?
So moved.
Who was that?
Mike.
Thank you. Thank you. I couldn't see you. Is there a second? Mr.
Second.
Newberg. So we have a motion by Mr. Batusik, a second by Mr. Newberg to close public testimony. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, public testimony is closed. And we will move forward. Is anybody ready to make a motion on this? Commissioner Yates, go ahead.
Just a question. Is this something new? Is this a new tower, something totally different?
I'm sorry, what, Faye?
Is that a totally new tower than what is there now? So it's going to be sitting there and later on.
Hard to hear you.
It seemed to me like she asked if this is a new tower.
Okay. So go ahead, Christian.
Sure, if I can address that. Yes, this is a use permit for a new tower that will be replacing an existing tower that's been on the property since 1963. As was represented by the applicant, when the new tower is constructed, the existing service providers that are on the new tower, on the existing tower, will move to the new tower, at which time the existing tower will be demolished. There's a condition of approval that says within 180 days of operation of the new tower, the old tower or the existing tower would need to be demolished. So yes, to answer your first question, yes, this will be a new structure, a new facility from a shorter facility than what's existing and has been existing on the property since 1963.
Go ahead, Faye. Now we don't hear you at all.
Would you like to come in here and use this camera?
You have both of them on your desk. Mark's isn't over there. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Fatusik.
A question for Shamari. Is it just as possible that the existing cell tower facility could be retrofitted as 5G as the new tower?
Yes, they could come back. The applicant could come and update the antennas on the tower. I know the current tenants on the tower right now, as Christian stated, are Verizon Wireless and T-Mobile. If say T-Mobile wants to come back and upgrade their antennas, and I haven't looked at this to see what the county's process is for an antenna mod, but they could apply to the county to have that antenna upgraded to support 5G technology.
Gotcha.
But the current antennas on the tower only support LTE 4G.
Gotcha. So, I mean, basically, it's just a replacement of the tower, and whether it's a new tower or the old tower, the same technologies could be used.
The technology antenna. The tower is just a structure that holds the antenna. So the tower has nothing to do with
It's just trying to replace an older tower, and then all the antennas that would be attached to the tower are the area of the carriers who will be doing what they're going to do with it.
That's correct. Yeah, okay. That's the technology part. Yep.
Yep.
Go ahead, Christian.
I just wanted to address some of the testifiers and the testimony that I've read indicated about there being sufficient coverage. I did have a coverage map in my presentation that I apologize I didn't share, but if we needed it, I could show it, essentially showing what the coverage in that Kealakekua area would be, at least Verizon coverage, if the tower wasn't there versus if the tower was there. And if you like, I can show that, and that way you can see kind of the coverage differences as to address some of the concerns of the testifiers.
Might as well, since you brought it up.
Now,
Mike, did you want to say something before that?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask for clarification on that. Is that if there was no tower there at all, or if the new tower was there versus the current tower?
I'd have the applicant confirm, but I think what it's saying is if there was no service there, if there was no coverage there without any tower, then it would be without any tower versus the coverage. So it's probably showing the existing coverage because of the existing tower. But also when they do those types of studies, they take into account the height of the tower and things like that. So they're probably taking into account the new 260-foot tall tower. I'll just share that quickly.
Yeah, that's correct.
Your phone is starting to share.
And so what you see here, can you see the screen, everyone?
Yes.
Okay. On the left-hand side, or let me show you on the right-hand side very quickly. This is the rough location of the existing and proposed tower here. Again, Mauka of the Hawaii Belt Road. On the left-hand side, you'll see what the coverage would be without the proposed tower. The purple, the white area is no coverage. The purple area shows poor. The yellow area shows good, and green would indicate excellent. With the proposed tower, you'll see most of the area is in that green color. So I think the point that I want to make here is the idea that there's enough coverage as it is right now is true because there's an existing tower there. If that tower was to have to be demolished because of its structural deficiencies and nothing replaced it, then there would be, it appears there would be a gap in coverage. I just wanted to bring that point up.
Thank you. Commissioner Fay, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I'm just wanting to make sure that I understood. This new tower that's coming in is not replacing the old tower. It's a totally different tower.
This new tower will be replacing the existing tower. So the existing tower has been there since 1963. It's at a point where structurally it's unsafe, as I understand it. So the applicant is proposing to build the new tower first, move all of the service providers' antennas over, and then demolish the existing tower. It's on the same property about 30 feet to the northwest of the existing tower.
Okay, so the tower that is there now will be taken away and it will be replaced with the tower that they're proposing now.
Yes, at the end of the day, that's how it will work. The new tower will be built first, so that there's no interruption in cell coverage or the emergency 911 system that the existing tower supports. Once the antennas are moved over and the new tower is operational, the applicant has represented that they will demolish the tower, and there's a condition of approval that requires the demolition of that tower within 6 months of the beginning of operation of the new tower.
So in other words, if you don't have this new tower, and they took down the old tower, we'd have no cell coverages or any of that kind of coverage.
At least with what the applicant supplied us in terms of the Verizon wireless coverage comparison, it appears as though there would be a gap in coverage in the Kealakekua area.
So it's just for Verizon?
The two service providers right now are Verizon and T-Mobile. What was submitted with the application showing a comparison between the two was just for Verizon. So I didn't see a comparison of the T-Mobile existing versus proposed, but I just brought the Verizon one up as an example.
So the lady who testified, her concern is was about what? I'm not understanding.
Can I please speak to that? I'm the testifier.
Okay.
Do I have permission?
Sure. I didn't know you were still there, Deborah.
I'm here.
Yeah, if you could briefly respond.
Yes, could we please stop the screen share?
Sure, hold on one moment.
So what I'm saying is that what is existing there right now is a cell tower, and the proposal, as I understand it, is not for a cell tower. It is for a steel lattice cellular telecommunications facility. And there is a difference between the two. Cell towers are much more slender. and they are pretty much singular poles, whereas this facility takes up way much more space, 2,000 square feet of agricultural land to be exact, and is designed, by design, the steel lattice structure is designed to continue to have multiple antennas and multiple microwave dishes added to it over time. So you guys will lose control over what happens here if you approve this. And it is not true what Mr. Myrick said, that they will have to come back to apply to upgrade to 5G. That is absolutely not true.
Okay, thank you, Deborah. Go ahead.
I hope that answers the question.
Go ahead, Christian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe there might be a semantic issue going on here. The existing tower, as I understand it, is a 326 foot tall steel lattice tower. So the new tower is, from a structural standpoint, will be the same type of structure, just a shorter height.
But it's taking up a bigger footprint. Why the bigger footprint?
Maybe I'll have Mr. Myrick address this, but I believe the existing tower has a 50-foot by 50-foot footprint, whereas the new tower is going to have a 45-foot by 45-foot footprint. Is that correct, Mr. Myrick?
Yes, that is correct. This one, it will only have a 45 by 45 footprint for the compound for the tower. And just to go into the semantics a little bit, anytime you get above 200 feet, then that's when we deploy a lattice tower. Just from a structural standpoint, it makes more sense. Anything below 200 feet, we call it a monopole. And that's when you get the one slender pole for the tower design. So that's the variable or the threshold when you discern between two different towers or the different tower types per se.
Thank you for that clarification. Anyone else have any comments or questions, commissioners? No? Okay. Looking for a motion here, please. I didn't see your hand. Oh, you guys pointing at each other? You're pointing the wrong direction though, from what I see. Okay, Commissioner Newberg, your hand is still up, so you go for it.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to make a motion to submit a favorable recommendation for the use permit application 20-000083 with the amendments agreed upon and proposed by the Planning Commission.
Very good. Motion by Commissioner Newberg. Is there a second?
I'll second, but I just want to clarify that I don't think we're making a recommendation here. I think we're the approving body. Is that correct?
That's correct. So the appropriate motion would be approve as recommended.
My apologies. I'd like to make a motion to approve as amended the use permit application 20-000083.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion?
The only, just to re-clarify, the proposed amendment would be to potentially condition 11, indicating that the historic preservation review pursuant to 6E42 will be conducted.
Are you in agreement with that? Mr. Myrick?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. And then the amendment on the barbed wire. Okay, is that clear, Christian?
Yeah, just to clarify, Madam Chair, no need for an amendment on the barbed wire. There's a condition prohibiting barbed wire already laid out in the director's recommendation.
Okay, I think we're ready for a voice or a vote. Christian, when you're ready.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Newberg?
Aye.
Commissioner Vatusik?
Aye.
Commissioner DeFranco?
Aye.
Commissioner Kealoha?
Barry? It looked like an aye. Was that an aye? We couldn't hear you. Harry, can you vote again?
Aye.
Got it. Thank you. Commissioner Van Pernis?
Aye.
Commissioner Yates?
Abstain.
And Chair Carr Smith?
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Motion carries with 6 aye votes and 1 abstention.
Very good. Thank you very much. Mr. Myrick, you folks will be provided with something in writing from us based on our decision.
Thanks for staying up late.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. All right, guys. Do we have any administrative matters?
I think just approval of the minutes.
I was asking staff if there was anything else. No other announcements. Maya, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to let the commission know that the October 15th agenda, there are 6 items already on the agenda, and it's going to be a very long meeting. One of the applications, we expect to have numerous testifiers.
Kind of like today. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for giving us a heads up on that. Commissioners, I trust that you've received and reviewed the minutes of April 20th. Are there any corrections or motion to approve?
Move to approve.
I believe those are the minutes from, sorry.
Is there a second on the minutes?
We're talking about the August minutes, right?
Right.
Isn't that what I said?
Oh, April.
What did I say?
You said April. You said April.
Oh, the April.
It's been a long day.
Sorry, August 20th. Is that what you meant, Mike? With your, okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Faye. All right, all in favor of the minutes?
Aye.
Anybody disagree? All right, I'm sorry. Was there anything else, Christian, or you were just talking about my April? Okay.
Just living in the past.
Anything else? If not, I'll take a motion to adjourn. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Newberg.
Just wanted to make mention, maybe in the future at some point we could get a little bit of material that's unbiased regarding 5G, just to educate ourselves, as it'll probably be an issue that comes up. I'm sure that's not something that's 1 paragraph long, but it would be appreciated if anybody knows of anything.
So let me chime in really quickly after a series of long interrogation at the council hearing regarding the resolution. There is a lot of misinformation and research you can find that everybody uses on both sides of the issue. It's very complicated, controversial. So we will try to find some unbiased, whatever that means right now, for you folks. But this is going to be an issue that keeps coming in front of you. I will say a little commentary. I was very unhappy with the county council that they passed the resolution. Because they really punted the responsibility of trying to litigate this issue around 5G to a planning commission level, which we don't have the capacity or the planning department to have the resources to challenge 5G, right? this should really be a state level issue that they address. To punt it to the planning commission, I thought was fairly cowardly, to put it lightly. If they really thought they had the law behind them, they would have created a ordinance regarding 5G and not just passed the resolution to kind of tell us don't accept these things. So that's my little commentary on it. There are definitely issues on both sides, and per your request, we'll try to find you some good information to bring forth. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, if there's nothing else, thank you to all the staff and the commissioners for your patience today. It's been a long day. Appreciate you guys. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
There's a second?
Second.
All right. We have a motion. All in favor? Okay, awesome. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Safe, everyone.
Thank you, Nancy.
Appreciate it.
Nancy. It was great.
So sorry, Kristen.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.